Hello, it's McFluffy52 here, and today we're going to be talking about March of Machines. March of Machines should be coming to Arena on April 18th, so keep an eye out for that date in your calendars. Now, this video took a lot of work to put together, so if you enjoy it, please leave a like, consider subscribing, share it with your friends, and strap in for the ride. It's going to be a long one. We're going to talk about mechanics, cards, and then a little bit about the overall set, my top cards for it, like how I think the Praetors rank up against each other. Since this will probably be a long video, I want to make sure to mention here at the beginning that there should be timestamps in the description outlining the different sections, so feel free to hop around and skip ahead to when we get started talking about the cards. Now, first, I'd like to talk about the set mechanics. Battles are less of a set mechanic and more of a whole new card type that were introduced with March of Machines. They're a bit complicated, so I'm going to try and do my best explaining so even if you're new to the game, you can understand. Battles are permanent cards, so after you cast them, they stay on the battlefield. Battles are double-faced cards and enter as their front side with a certain amount of defense counters. That is the number in the bottom right on the horizontal side. Now, all battles in March of Machines are sieges. This is important to note because that defines the rest of how they function. As a siege enters the battlefield, you choose an opponent to protect it. Um, You can attack sieges that you play similar to Planeswalker's opponents control, and all sieges revealed so far do something when they enter the battlefield, giving you some sort of value. Then the rest of the card's upside is hidden on its flip side. So you need to attack in, deal damage with spells, or remove the defense counters somehow, and once you do, the battle is defeated. When the battle is defeated, you cast it from exile, or you exile it and then you cast the other side for free, and the other side of the battle can be anything. It could be an enchantment that sticks around, giving you value. It could be a planeswalker or a sorcery, and that's battles. Now, battles kind of fits into the next topic we're going to be talking about, which is double-faced cards. We already talked about battles as double-faced cards, but we have even more double-faced cards. For instance, we have creatures that you can pay mana to transform into Phyrexian versions. We also have the Praetors, which all transform into ridiculously powerful sagas for a high cost and under certain conditions. But double-faced cards all have triangles in their corner to signify that they have another side. The front side has the triangle pointing up, and the back side has the triangle pointing downwards. It's important to note for these cards that they only exist in your library as the front side. So, for example, you have a battle that flips into a creature, like the one that we were just showing. Um, if you have a battle that flips into a creature and you go ahead and try and use like a tutor that allows you to search your library for a creature, you won't be able to choose the battle that flips into a creature because it's a battle inside of your library. It's its front side. Now, for our first new real mechanic, we have backup. Some creatures in this set have a trigger or a new triggered ability written as backup and then a number. This can be, sorry, when they enter the battlefield, they can put X +1/+1 counters on target creature. This can be itself or notably another creature. When you choose another creature, though, that creature gains the rest of the abilities on the card until end of turn. So, for instance, Fearless Skald enters the battlefield, can put a +1 counter on itself or another creature. If you put it on another creature, that creature gains double strike until end of turn. Now, the next new mechanic is Incubate. Incubate is an action a card will tell you to do. It's written as Incubate and then a number. When you incubate, you create an incubator token and put X +1/+1 counters on that token. This token is an artifact with the ability to pay 2 generic mana to flip it into a 0/0 creature. This means that the token becomes a creature with power and toughness equal to the number of +1/+1 counters on it. And then lastly, the last set mechanic I would like to talk about, while it's not really listed as a set mechanic, it is a mechanic that is returning to standard in this set. And I guess Convoke is an evergreen keyword, meaning it can show up in any set without needing to be a core set mechanic. But I haven't played Convoke cards in a while, so I thought it'd be worth going over. Convoke allows you to tap creatures to help pay for the mana cost of the spell. For each creature you tap while casting the spell, it pays for 1 generic mana or 1 mana of that creature's color. I think it makes a lot of sense that this mechanic is showing up in the set because it's supposed to be like the multiverse coming together to fight the Phyrexians. However, I didn't realize that Convoke could actually pay for colored mana, or I didn't really originally realize this. So, am I the only one who didn't realize this? Let me know in the comments if you also thought Convoke couldn't play for generic costs. So now let's go ahead and get into the cards. I'm super excited for this set because there's so many cards from different planes and many returning characters. I'm going to go through all the mythics, rares, and we'll try our best to go through the uncommons and commons. For the sake of time, we're going to jump around and try and only talk about the notable uncommons and commons though, which have interesting implications or might see some play. We'll also go through the Multiverse Legends, which are reprints of popular cards, and mention which cards are coming to Arena for the first time. Now, for each card, I'm going to rate each card. I'm going to rate each card out of 5 on two scales. One scale is the general value or playability of the card, whether or not I think it has a spot in the current standard meta, or how good the card I think the card is in general. A thing to keep in mind is I'm going to be talking about standard best of one. I might mention other formats, but I'm really focused on standards, so some cards might have more serious implications on other formats. The second scale is more of just my personal rating. I guess we can call it the McFluffy meter. The scale will be how jank the card is and or like how excited I am to play the card and build around it. Now for reference, 5 is going to be I think the card will see play. 4 is going to be the card's pretty good. 5 is I think the card will see play. 4 is the card's pretty good. 3 is the card is alright. It's probably better than 50% of your deck, but maybe not the best like 20% of it. 2 will be, it might be able to get away with playing it. And then 1 is like unplayable. It's probably a Commander limited card, so. This set was hard to rate. Each of the mythics and rares had like a massive text box, and there was a like new card type and new mechanics. So also a lot of the cards were high mana cost, which makes them much less likely to see play in general. Like a lot of the rares and mythics seem to be like 4+ mana. And then lastly, I wanted to give a little disclaimer. I am not a Magic professional. However, I do play a lot of ranked, and I try and make unique decks daily. So what I say is like definitely not the end all be all, and I can be wrong. Also, I'm not really like a spike. I tend to fit into what Mark Rosewater would define as like a Johnny or Timmy playstyle. I like doing big things and or trying to like play cards in a unique way. But first, before we hop into the mythics, I want to quickly go over the draft archetypes real quick. So if you're into drafting, this should be relevant. But also, I want to bring these up because I think it should be helpful to see the themes that they try to design into the set. So for the draft archetypes, we have knights as white and blue. So you're going to see like knight tribal. You can see marshals. Zalfir gives other knights +1/+1. Blue and black is going to be about using both graveyards or filling both graveyards. Black and red is about sacrificing artifacts and creatures. And then we already saw the win battles thing a little bit, but red and green is about winning battles, so the creatures will get like a certain power up when attacking into battles, sort of. Green and white is about putting +1/+1 counters. Again, Botanical Brawler is like the signpost uncommon. Works really well with +1/+1 counters. Phyrexians are going to be white and black. So Phyrexian Tribal should be very exciting. Convoke, you're going to see predominantly in blue and red. So slinging spells with creatures and tokens and stuff. Going big in black and green, so just big creatures and some incubating. Uh, Backup is going to be fit into red and white predominantly. You can see again the signpost uncommon gets extra backup value. And then lastly, blue and green is going to be about transformation. So your double-sided battles and your other creatures that can transform. So now changing gears, we're going to go back and actually talk about the cards. This is what we've been waiting for, and the first card is Archangel Elspeth. Uh, Archangel Elspeth, 4 mana Planeswalker. I think the biggest thing for Archangel Elspeth is going to be her -2. Her -2 says put 2+1/+ on counters and target creature. It becomes an angel in addition to its other types, and it gains flying. I don't think the angel type here is relevant, but I think the fact that you can like send an Adeline, a Shieldred, like just sending things flying when there's not many like reach creatures in the meta or not many flying creatures in the meta just makes it like a good way to push through extra damage. And she also is just like she comes down, you tick her up, you get this 1/1 life linker like Dork, and then next turn you can make it into a 3/3 flying life linker. That's pretty good. So for these reasons I give for these reasons I give Elspeth a 3 out of 5 on the value and playability. I think she's pretty good. Um, but yeah, I think she's all right. And then in terms of like my personal interest, I said a 3 out of 5 because she's just a pretty simple but like good planeswalker, I think. Next up is Borborgamos and Fibblethip. I thought this card was too cute, and it seems very like just good value. It's 5 mana for a 6/5. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, you draw the card, and then you may discard a card or discard any number of lands to be specific. And when you discard one or more lands this way, it deals twice that much damage to target creature. So it's like to me, it seems like a 5 mana 6/5 like Spirited Companion with other like serious upsides. I will say, like, being in Teamer, it seems like a tough color combo. There's no real, like, Teamer deck in Standard. So I'm wondering where this will see play. But I think, like, overall, the card it's good stats. It draws you a card. It can draw you more cards. It can remove things. Like, it does things that you want. And for that reason, I gave it, like, a 4 out of 5 because I think it's actually pretty good. Um, Maybe it's not better than Elspeth. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about Elspeth, but and then in terms of my personal rating, I gave it a 5 out of 5. I just really want to play with it. It's just so funny seeing Philosip on top of this other Cyclops' head. Now Chandra Hope's Beacon. She basically doubles up instant and sorcery spells you cast for the first time each turn. And for me, I think like Rakdos, Grixis, decks with Invoke Despair are gonna use her and like find more removal, find more invokes, and then like play out the invokes, double up the invokes, and then like she also comes down and can protect herself because you just like play her, you -4 or something, and you shoot down two things. Seems like pretty good. And then like the thing that I find just so cool, or like the best thing to me is like the +1. It's a +1 is even a good card, which or is even a good effect. Like exile the top 5 cards of your library until end of turn. You may cast an instant or sorcery from among those exiled spells. So you just like +1. You find your like go for the throat, remove the opponent's Shieldred. Like you get value out of the +1. That seems pretty crazy. And then the +2 doesn't have any sort of like mana restriction. I always feel like whenever I see like generate mana, it's usually like, oh, can only be used to cast instant or sorceries, only can be used to cast creatures or something, or activate abilities or something like that. So the +2 doesn't have any mana restrictions, which also seems pretty good. The only problem I see is like there's not many big flashy spells in standard right now. You got like Storm the Festival and like the Invoke cycle. So but regardless, I gave her a 5 out of 5 in terms of value and playability. I think like one or two copies in Grixis and Rakdos might actually like make her really good. Just like double casting removal, searching for Invoke Despairs, casting Invoke Despairs, and doubling up just seems really good. And then in terms of how excited I'm to play her, I said a 4 out of 5. Just pretty interesting, but I don't know. She just seems like a much more playable Jin-Gataxia's Progress Tyrant. The card that would like double up instant and sorceries and artifacts, and then counter your opponent's first instant or sorcery or artifact. She just seems like more playable. One less mana and does like a million other things. Elish Norn. Uh, I think Elish Norn here has like a super fun static ability. Whenever a source an opponent controls deals damage to you, or a permanent you control, that source's controller loses 2 life unless they pay one. So like when they attack in, you block with a bunch of creatures, they have to pay a bunch of mana or lose a bunch of life. Um, but it doesn't seem like super good against like actual removal. And I feel like Elish Norn's pretty hard to flip here. Sacrifice three other sacrifice three other creatures, and you can exile it and flip it. Um, like the backside though is like amazing. You just like finish off the game here. Incubate 5 times, then transform all incubate tokens, so you get like two or five 2/2s, and then next turn they get +1/+1, so you get 5/3/3s with double strike because they gain double strike until end of turn, and then turn three is just like blow everything up besides the stuff that you have. So CGB seems to think this card is like the best Praetor in the cycle. I recall him saying that in his like covert go-to like review of some of the set cards. But I don't know. For this, for me, I said she was like a 3 out of 5 in playability. Her front side is just maybe just not enough of value. A 3/5 vigilance for 4. Um, and then for my personal like interest in playing her, I said a 2. She just seems very kind of straightforward, just value. And I'm not so sold on the incubate. It's interesting, but seems kind of slow. Now we're getting into the battles, and for this, we're going to go ahead and head over to Scryfall, where we can actually read them. So Invasion of Innistrad is the first battle. Um, it's a 4 mana, says flash, so you can cast this at any time. For 4 mana, enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -13, -13. Spooky number, yay. Um, so I think this card could play a bit like Wandering Emperors, like surprising people. So they go in to attack into you. You flash this in, you remove the creatures that's attacking, and then you go ahead attack in the next turn because the opponent's all tapped out. And so this is like, since it has flash, it has the upside of like maybe you surprise your opponent and then you can like also get in there. Like you play it while the opponent's like tapped out, so you can actually attack and then flip the battle pretty immediately. To get to the backside, we'll go back here and flip. Uh, so yeah, when it enters the battlefield, flipped, you get two black or two black zombie creature tokens, and then you can exile cards from graveyards. If they're creatures, you get another 2/2 zombie. So it seems like good value, but it's like 4 mana removal is just very expensive, and I don't know if that's good enough to be played. And so I gave this a 3 out of 5. I think it's like good, but I don't know if it's pretty good or it's like super playable. So next up is Invasion of New Phyrexia. X and one white, one blue, and then it enters the battlefield, create X/2/2 blue white knight creature tokens with vigilance. So for this, I said that you kind of it feels like you need uh X to be like 2 or plus to really get a ton of value out of this card. I do wonder though, like if we're gonna be getting more Knight synergies in Eldraine. There is a Knight Lord in Uncommon here in the set. We already like talked about it when we went over the draft archetypes. But it seems also like a good card to enable Convoke synergies. It reminds me a ton of like Starheim Unleashed from like Kaldheim, where it was the sorcery or instant that you would foretell, and then like you could play XX and like a white or something and create X like 4/4 flying angels or something. Reminds me a bit of that, is that you just like if you have it late game, it's awesome. Early game, it's just kind of awkward, but um, I think my rating here might be a little bit outdated after like I looked through all the set because there's a ton of knights in the set, but I gave it a 3 out of 5. I think it's all right, but it just seems like you kind of need to pour a bunch into the X for it to, or pour a fair amount into the X for it to be worth it. And then my interest in playing it, I gave it a 1. I guess I should go over the backside. The backside just seems very weak. It's Teferi. It flips into Teferi. You draw 2 cards and then discard 2 cards unless you discard a creature card. And then you get -2 is going to get an emblem. Knights you control have +1/+0 and ward 1. And then target X creatures you control. For -3, target or tap X creatures you control. When you do, shuffle target non-land permanent and opponent controls mana value less or mana value X or less into its owner's library. So just like Teferi that does like knight things, which is very strange. And so that's Invasion of New Phyrexia. I think it should be an interesting card, and I think it might play it better than I originally rated it here. Um, all right, Invasion of Ravnica. This card is, I think, good for what it is. It's colorless removal with upside. When it enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent opponent controls that isn't exactly two colors. So this should hit like a majority of things in standard. And then the backside, you get a 5/5. When you cast a spell that's exactly two colors, look at the top six cards of your library. You may reveal a card that's exactly two colors from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. The backside seems less good in standard because it's a really hard restriction to build around, like two colored cards. I don't know if like there's enough really playable cards to make it work. But yeah, it's 4 to flip it, and then yeah, and important to note, Invasion of New Phyrexia is 6 to flip, so it's really hard to flip as well. Um, so yeah, Invasion of Ravnica, I gave it a 3 out of 5. It's like all right. It's colorless removal, which seems really exciting. And then the backside is pretty spicy, but and then I give it a 5 out of 5 for how interested I'm to play it. Invasion of Chandalar. This card is 5 mana. When it enters the battlefield, return up to 3 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. So basically, in a way, this can turn into like draw 3 cards. The backside is awesome. Like I love the art on the card also, but the backside you get Leyline Surge at the beginning of upkeep. You may put a permanent card from your hand onto the battlefield. So the backside is like ridiculous. And probably though like the thing is 5 mana like draw 2 cards. You probably only want like 1 or 2 copies in the deck is the reality. Um, but I think it's still like pretty good value card, and for that reason, I gave it a 4 out of 5 in terms of value playability, and then I gave it a 4 out of 5 for how interested I'm to play with it, because mostly it's just card draw, but like the backside could be pretty fun. Invasion of Tarkir. All right, this one it has to deal with dragons. So when it enters the battlefield, you reveal any number of dragon cards from your hand. When you do, it deals X+2 to any target, where X is the number of card or dragon cards revealed this way. Or I forget what I read, but yeah, basically you reveal X dragon cards and then you do X+2, and it's 2 mana. So uh, my problem with this is like in standard, we don't have like a ton of cheap dragons. I don't know if like they it's really a dragon standard at the moment. We are getting some new dragons in this set. You can see Invasion of Tarkir. But if we go ahead and flip it, the backside is like pretty cool. You get a dragon if you flip it, and it's got 5 toughness or 5 defense counters. Um, Whenever a dragon you control attacks, it deals 2 damage to any target. So like the backside's good if you can flip it and get dragons, but I don't know if there's really enough dragons coming around. And for that reason, I said like it's a 2. It's playable maybe if you want to really force it, but and then also because I don't know how well supported or how playable it will be in standard, I gave it a 2 out of 5 for how interested I am in playing it. And that does it for the mythic battles. So we can go back to this. Sorry we're jumping around so much. It's just you see these pretty unreadable here, and then you go ahead and flip it here, and it's like, oh great, now I can't read it here either. So it is a bit of a mess. Jingataxias. This is the first. Well, actually, that's a lie. We saw Elish. Okay, this is the second Praetor that we're rating here today. I think for Jingataxias in general, he's just too expensive for standard, and he seems pretty hard to flip. 5 mana Ward 2 5/5. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater, draw a card. You can pay 4 to flip him, but you can only do that if you have 7 or more cards in hand. So that seems pretty hard to get. Just kind of slow, or you need like standard to be much slower, I think, for him to see play. And for that reason, I gave him a 2 out of 5. He's just maybe you could force it, but and then I gave him 1 out of 5 for in terms of uh, me being interested in playing him. His backside, like the backside of the card is amazing. You just like double up your hand size, and then you return all non-Phyrexians to their owner's hand, and then you get a 1-turn Omniscience, which is awesome. But yeah, Kroxa and Kunaros. Sorry. Kroxa and Kunaros. I think this card is pretty awesome because you get like this pretty awesome body. It's a 6 mana 6/6 with Vigilance, Menace, and Lifelink. So you just like swing it, keep swinging it, gaining life, and you don't even have to worry about blocking. And then like the ability here is when it enters the battlefield or attacks, you may exile 5 cards from your graveyard. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So basically, I think it's a pretty awesome body with some serious upside for reanimation, uh, which is important that it also like triggers on ETBs. So like it's a pretty good reanimator card in that sense. You don't have to worry about like waiting to attack in. But like having 6 cards in your graveyard so you can reanimate one might be hard without like some serious like rummaging, like throwing like mass hand discards such as like Elder Dragon War, or like some a little bit of mill. But Saffron Olive seems to think this card is awesome, and like I agree that a creature that can reanimate is much better than a spell that reanimates. Because like if your opponent shuts down your graveyard, you discard an Atraxa and you go to play like Crocs and Kunaros, and the opponent like exiles Atraxa from your graveyard. The upside is you still get Croxa and Kunaros, a 6 mana Vigilance Menace lifelink. So but it is important to note this card is 6 mana, so it makes it more expensive than like your other options. And then it also has a pretty challenging restriction here that you need to have like 6 cards in your graveyard. So I think it is basically like a strictly better Olivia Voldaren, which is like the 6 mana 3/4 flying haste when it attacks it and reanimate a creature tapped and attacking from uh, Crimson Vow. But I also think like uh, I don't know exactly how well it'll play, but I think like it's a pretty good card for Reanimator. You get a body if you even if you can't reanimate. And then also the creature type's really cool. Elder Giant Dog. Um, Anyways, I give this a 4 out of 5 in terms of value and playability, and then a 5 out of 5 for how excited I am to try it out. I definitely want to see how good it is to try and reanimate. I think it's actually pretty good. It's just like the whole reanimation thing seems maybe a little bit more iffy. Um, Next up is Monastery Mentor. This card is technically like a reprint, I think, but it's coming back to standard. This card to me just reads like it's third path Iconoclast, but better. A third path Iconoclast is like that 2 mana 2/1 that creates a bunch of soldiers whenever you cast, or creates a soldier whenever you cast a non-creature spell. This one goes ahead instead whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 white monk creature token with prowess. So the card itself, I don't think is gonna like break anything, but like it on top of third path Iconoclast makes it so there might be enough like grouping of like enough good cards or with similar payoffs that it could potentially like make a deck about like Jeskai Prowess or Jeskai Spellslinger. And I also think like the payoff for this card though is like if you ever play against third path Iconoclast, if you just let it leave it be, the opponent's going to like go off with it. Like it's good value regardless. So for that reason, I said the card was pretty good. I give it a 4 out of 5. Um, and then I said in terms of my particular interest in playing the card, I give it a 3 out of 5. It's just this card will die and then you don't get any value out of it, but when it does stick around, it's just something that the opponent has to deal with to some degree. All right, we get Shieldred. Now Shieldred, 5 mana menace 4/5. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature or planeswalker, uh, and then you can flip her under certain conditions. So to me, this card is really good because it has an ETB. Like that way, you always get value whenever you play it, and then it's a body with removal and menace. So like you play this, the opponent has 2 creatures, they sacrifice one of them, and then like since she has menace, the opponent can't actually like block her. So I don't know. I feel like that all seems pretty good to me, and it seems easier to flip than other Praetors because what it says is you can pay 5 mana and activate only if the opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. So you will have to like work towards this, but I think it's easier to flip than some of them. However, it is important to note that there is like you're gonna have to get lucky in the sense that you're not gonna run into like a ton of graveyard removal. In standard, we have Graveyard Trespasser, which is uh which is probably gonna be like the biggest problem with this card is like just trying to fill graveyards might be a little bit difficult. But if you do get to flip it, the backside is pretty amazing. The first chapter is just like destroying stuff. Second chapter, opponent discards and mills, and then the third chapter, where it's all at to me, is just like return all creatures from all graveyards to the battlefield. You get your what is it called? Rise of the Dark Realms, and you just win the game like 90% of the time, I imagine. So I think this card is pretty good. The front side seems like pretty good impact to me, and then the back side, like if you do get to that last chapter, you should probably just win the game there. So for these reasons, I said it was 4 out of 5. It's pretty good. And then my particular interest in playing it is a 2, though. I've had enough Shieldred, I think. I don't know. um, Sword of Once and Future. Now, this card is is interesting. I don't know if swords are really good enough to be played in standard because it's 3 mana and then 2 mana to equip to get something. But I think in terms of like the effect, whenever a creature deals combat damage, you get to surveil too. So you can toss some card or look at the top 2 cards of your library, toss one of them in the graveyard, both of them in the graveyard, or keep them both on top and rearrange them, whatever. And then you may cast an instant or sorcery spell with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. So this is like you attack in and you maybe get like a free spell because you have like a 2 mana spell in your graveyard, or there's a 2 mana spell on top of your library. Put it in the graveyard, you cast it for free. So I think it's like free cards, which is pretty good, and it works well in like Esper. We have a lot of good like cheap spells, Go for the Throat, Cut Down, as well as like many other that I'm spacing on. But I think one thing that's interesting is the protection from blue and black might actually be relevant because that means your creature can't be hit by Go for the Throat or like a blue bounce spell. There's not many blue spells that target creatures that are being played, but the only thing to me is that like edicts get around this completely. And so for that reason, I said that like maybe you can force this guard to see some play. I've seen like the other sword running around once or twice in my standard experience so far. So I gave it a 2. Maybe you can force it, but and then I gave it a 1 in terms of how excited I am to play it. Just swords just seem like so hard to get off that you're gonna most of the time just be having some trouble. Now, Thalia and the Gitrog Monster. This card is very interesting because it has First Strike and Death Touch. Which we have seen on Blissa Sunslayer right now. Uh, Basically means Thalia and Gitrog can just attack in willy-nilly or be like one of the best blockers ever because First Strike and Death Touch means that the opponent's creature doesn't have First Strike, they're dying and they're not going to do any damage to Thalia and Gitrog Monster because First Strike goes to combat first, deals its damage, has Death Touch, that creature dies. So just absolute combat king. Problem for me is like this card has like a tough color combo to make work. Because it's Abzan, which doesn't have like a Triome, and I don't think you've seen that many Abzan decks running around. And then like also it's 4 mana for no guaranteed value or clear like massive upside or like it's just really good incremental value, which says like you may play an additional land on each of your turns. Creatures and non-basics your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped, and then whenever it attacks, you can sacrifice a creature or land and then draw a card. So like you get a bunch of value, making your opponents like lands come in tapped, and like you get to play more lands and draw cards potentially. But it's just incremental value, and for that reason, I gave it a 3 out of 5. It's like it seems all right, but I don't know if it's quite the bomb standard, or it's quite the bomb to change up and like make waves in standard. And then for my personal interest in playing it, I set it to. I'm like kind of interested, but at the same time, it's very incremental. It needs to stick around. So Urabrask. Oh yeah, for Thalia, you also potentially can get value the turn you play it because you can play like an additional land, which is somewhat nice. But Urabrask. Now we're talking about our third Praetor. I think this is. Is it? No, fourth. Yeah, this is the fourth one. Urabrask. Anyways, I think this card is so cool. 4 mana, 4/4, first strike. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, it deals 1 damage to target opponent, and you get to add a red. And then the flip is very interesting. You only have to pay 1 red, and if you do, well, you can pay 1 red only if you've activated, or sorry, only if you cast 3 or more instant or sorcery spells this turn. So you cast like 3 spells, and then you can just flip it. Um, and then the backside's fun too. The first chapter is just like a sweeper, kind of. It does 3 damage to target opponent and each creature they control. Second chapter, create 3 treasure tokens. Last chapter, until end of turn, you may cast instant and sorcery spells from any graveyard. If a spell cast this way would be put into the graveyard, exile it instead, and then you exile it and flip it to the front side. So you get this effect while you also have the front side active, which is important. I think this card is so cool. It's like Birgi, the god of storytelling, which was like you get a mana whenever you cast a spell. This one, this one only works on like instant and sorceries. And I think Birgi, did it work on creatures or I think it worked on everything. Anyways, and then you also get this like passive like grape shot thing. So whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, not only do you get mana, but you also do 1 damage to your target to your opponent. And then the backside seems like one of the more like achievable ones out of all the planeswalkers. You'd think like casting 3 or more instant or sorcery spells would be pretty like kind of difficult, but we have or like I think Arclight Phoenix demonstrates that it's not quite as hard as you'd think. Um, and it's important to note that like the third chapter here says any graveyard, so if you do flip it, like you can be casting the opponent's Go for the Throat out of the graveyard. You don't get mana fixing though, so you're gonna need to save those treasures to cast those spells that you want from your opponent's graveyard. Um, I'm like super excited to try this card out and try and make a pseudo storm deck. I don't think it's actually like super playable or like has a competitive home at the moment, but I think it's just like generally good value, so you could fit it into like a lot of just different low powered decks. Um, The only thing is like, is there enough like cheap red cards to storm off with this right now? Um, and for that reason, I'm not gonna like rate this super high. I think in terms of like mono red, you have like better options for just like slamming out damage, but this card is still pretty fun. In terms of like cards to play with this, I think like Ancestral Anger becomes a free card that draws you a spell. Thrill of Possibility, you discard a card, draw 2 cards for 2 mana. Well, that becomes 1 mana. Big Score becomes like it only costs you 1 mana, so it's getting closer to neutral. So this card, though, I think could potentially be part of like a Jeskai Spellslinger deck because it just enables you to play more spells and it rewards you for playing spells, which there's like things like Monastery Mentor seems like it would work well with. So yeah, that's Urabrask. Based off all of that, I think I gave him a 3 out of 5. I think he's like all right, but I don't know if he's has like a suitable competitive home. Um, and then in terms of my interest in playing him, I gave him a 5 out of 5. I'm super excited. Vorinclex, so the next Praetor. Let me fix the music real quick. Vorinclex, green, yay! Good. I think this card has like pretty good stats and has a really nice ETB. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for up to 2 forest cards, reveal them, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. And it's a 5 mana 6/6 with trample and reach. I think reach is actually really relevant with this like standard right now because there's actually a lot of flyers in this set. If we go here, you can see that we're getting quite a few flyers. Now, will they all see play? That's a good question. But we also feels like we have quite a few flyers, or there's some like flyers in standard. Angels, I think, is an archetype that we might actually see like coming out of this set also. So the reach is, I think, a little bit better than just an extra word on the card. But the problem is green is definitively like the worst color in standard right now. And this color card is like competing with other high value cards like Defiler Vigor, and I'm not sure its effects are strong enough to like be better than Defiler Vigor exactly. The backside though, you mill 10 cards, put up to two creature cards from among them uh, onto the battlefield. Distribute seven +1/+1 counters among any number of creatures you control. And then until end of turn, like your creatures gain, pay 1 mana, and this creature fights another target creature you don't control. So like the backside is cool, and I don't think it's as hard to reach as the other ones, particularly because it's just mana. You just pay 8 mana. There's no other restriction. So backside is cool. It's important to note, like, yeah, he gives you two more forests, or like Vorinclex gives you two more forests, so you're at 5 mana presumably. Next turn you play another one. Next turn you play like the other forest you got, and so you only need to like top deck one land to get you to that 8 mana to flip. The thing with the backside though is just like I'm not sure it really clearly sets up like a win, and then like the whole like mill 10 get two creatures like, are you going to be hitting enough big creatures where that seems like actually good? Like, because if you mill 10 and then you just end up with like a Llanowar, Loam Speaker, and I don't know, Augur of Autumn, that doesn't feel that great for like the first chapter. The second chapter, like, then you get like a bunch of buffing, which is good, but you are paying 8 mana and you're flipping away your Vorinclex, so you're down a creature. So the backside, I'm just a little worried about how it will actually play. But I will say this card seems really good with Storm the Festival because you play Storm the Festival for 6 mana. You look at like top 5 cards of your library, and you may put two cards or permanents from among those cards with mana value 5 or less onto the battlefield. So you like play Storm the Festival, you hit a Vorinclex, it enters the battlefield, finds you two forests, and then Storm the Festival has like pay 10 mana, flash it back from the graveyard, do it again. This card seems like it's pretty good because you storm the festival into it, you get more lands to play out to then storm the festival again later. So in that regard, I think it should be really fun to try that out, and that's something that I look forward to. But all in all, I gave this card a 3 out of 5. I think it's all right, but I don't know if it's like pretty good and approaching a card that is going to see like a ton of play in standard. But in terms of my interest in playing it, I gave it a 5 out of 5. I think the card should be a lot of fun to mess around in with green. Also, like you play this with all your Gitrog monster, you get to play your lands out a little bit faster because you can play an extra land each turn. It's cool. Wrenn and Realmbreaker. So this is our next card. Now, this card, I'm just gonna say it looked. I know people like when it was first revealed were super hyped. And it's important to note, like, yeah, this card, it's a story spotlight card, so it takes place at an important part in the story. So it was really exciting to see it revealed. But honestly, this card looks awful in standard. Maybe its high loyalty means it's gonna play a lot better than it reads, but I think its playability in standard right now is niche, and it's limited to like self-mill decks with cards like Urborg Lurgoyf. It's just green is bad right now, and this card forces you to pay double green. And the biggest problem is she doesn't even untap the land. Like, I understand if she untapped the land, if like in this current condition she untapped the land, she might be like just straight up broken planeswalker at 3. But then I would just say like make her untap the land and make her cost 4. At 3 mana, she doesn't even defend herself because you play her at 3, your lands are all tapped, and then you +1. Up to one target land you control becomes a 3/3 elemental creature with vigilance, hexproof, and haste until end of turn. Or sorry, until your next turn is still a land. So like at 3 mana, that land becomes a creature and it's tapped. And then at 4 mana, yeah, you can play her, and then you have like this untapped land that you can animate to make a creature. But like, are you gonna hold this like untapped land up this entire game for the rest of the game as like your defense? If you do, you're kind of like anti-ramping yourself. You go from 4 mana down to 3 mana for the for like the for your next turn. Um, And then like also you expose your land to removal since it stays animated until your next turn. So like just there's a lot of sack effects. Like sure the land is hexproof, but there's a lot of sack effects in standard right now with like Invoke Despair, Shieldred's Edict, Liliana, just to name a few. And then there's also like a lot of sweepers which could hit this creature land. The land isn't indestructible. It just says hexproof. So it still gets hit by edicts and sweepers, and like a 3/3 land isn't even like a good blocker right now. Right now, there's like cards like Bloodtithe Harvester, Graveyard Trespasser, Corpse Appraiser. Those all have 3 power that can trade with your land. Um, so yeah, her +1 just seems bad to me. And then her -2 isn't even that good. Like you mill 3 cards and you may put a permanent card from among the milled cards into your hand. So like it can only find permanents from among the 3 milled cards. So it's I guess you're guaranteed to find your land drops in the future and you can find some permanents, but you also will likely be milling like any removal spells that you're playing and other instant or sorcery spells which are relevant. I think like the passive at the top of your lands you control have tap add 1 mana of any color. It seems good in like multicolor value decks with like Atraxa maybe, but it's like the card cost still asks you to play double green. So it makes itself sort of like a liability or necessity to draw it to fix your mana then potentially. So I don't know. I think Ren and Realmbreaker just it doesn't look good in standard. And for that reason I gave her a 2 out of 5. Like maybe you can force it, you play like Suff Mill or you play like a 5 color pile and you're trying to make use of the passive. But yeah, 2 out of 5 for me in terms of value and playability, and then 1 out of 5 for me in terms of how interested I am in playing with her. I feel like I was super excited for the card, but I just don't think the stats line up. All right, next card, Simone and Dina. This is you get your soul tie, 1 black, 1 green, 1 blue. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, target opponent loses 2 life. You gain 2 life. You can sack a creature, draw a card. You may put a land from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. If you do, or if you control 8 or more lands, repeat this process once. So I think you get to draw another card, and you can put it like it says once. So you can't like do this and then like put a land onto the battlefield, repeat it again. So, but maybe like double ramps, which is kind of interesting. But I just think this card is like a tough color combo. It is a decent body, like 3 mana, 3/4. And then the double draw effect seems pretty useful or like usable. Probably the most relevant ability on the card to me. But like I'm not sure like the sack here is like enough value. I mean, sack a card, creature and draw a card is pretty good, but you're also tapping down your creature. So in this regard, I gave Simone and Dina a 2 out of 5 in terms of value and playability. I just don't know exactly how this will play out. To me, it seems just not quite enough. And then I gave it a 2 out of 5 for how interested I am in playing it. Um, Maybe it will be fun with that second ability and like double ramping. Who knows? All right, next up, Zergo and Ojutai. This is a 5 mana Jeskai 4/4 Flying Haste Dragon. When it enters the battlefield, or sorry, it has hexproof as long as it entered the battlefield this turn. So a haste 4/4 like flyer for 5 has been pretty good in general. Like Goldspan Dragon is had those same stats. I mean, Goldspan Dragon had like the whole treasure shenanigans, which is crazy. But I think the cool part is whenever 1 or more dragons you control deal combat damage to a player, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 of them into your hand, and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. You may return one of those dragons to you may return one of those dragons to its owner's hand. So the way you can play this card is you can pay 5, you haste it in, it has hexproof, it smacks the opponent, you look at your top 3 cards, you put your best card in hand, and then you can send it back to your hand. So that's like the idea is that you can potentially use this as like a super safe like finisher, but I'm also just think this card is generally good value. It's 5 mana, 4/4 Flying Haste Dragon that like helps you draw cards. It replaces itself, so I'm a huge fan of this. I think it's just really good value. In that regard, I give it a 4 out of 5 and a 4 out of 5 for how interested I am in playing it. All right, now we're moving on to the rares. We've got through all the mythics. I'll try and keep the pace up here. Um, Next card is, or the first rare we have is Ancient Imperiosaur. This has Convoke. It's 7 mana, 6/6 Ward 2 Trample Dragon, or sorry, not dragon, dinosaur. When it enters the battlefield, uh, or it enters the battlefield with 2+1/+1 counters for each creature that convoked it. So like the ceiling for this card is you have 7 creatures, you convoke it out for free, and then it enters with like 14+1/+1 counters, and it's a 20/20 Trample Ward 2, which sounds pretty awesome. Like while it can be amazing, I think this card is just not going to beat out a ton of other cards as like options to play. It just it's all right. It's got some protection, but it still dies to edicts, and like without Convoke, you're just playing a 7 mana 6/6 with Ward 2 and Trample, which is just not quite like it's not good enough stats. Yeah. Next card, Archpre. Oh, sorry, ratings. 3 out of 5. I think it's like all right. It should be a lot of fun to play, and so that reason I gave it a 4 out of 5 for my interest. Archpriest of the Shadows. This card is 5 mana, backup 1/4/4, and then if you backup 1, you can give another creature Death Touch, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player or battle, return target creature card from the graveyard to the battlefield. So this is going to be a 5/5 for 5 with Death Touch, which actually seems like pretty good stats. Um, and I think as like this card is basically another Reanimator card. So I think this card might be better than Kroxa and Kunaros in the sense that it's potentially could reanimate more reliably. So like maybe you're playing like I don't know, what is it, Demir Ninjas sort of, but you just throw in like Archpriest of the Shadows and some discards so you can get your creatures to the graveyard. So you have like a flying 1/1 that you can guaranteed hit in. You play that, you play this card, you give that a +1/+1, and like the ability to reanimate when it connects with the opponent seems pretty fun. So in that regard, I think this card is actually pretty good. It seems like you could potentially get that reanimation off relatively reliably, and it's just like a decent body. So I gave this a 4 out of 5 for value and playability, and then a 4 out of 5 for how interested I am in playing the card. I think Reanimate just is quite strong right now because we have Atraxa in standard. So like the value of the card it can be pretty ridiculous if you do actually get to reanimate. All right, Ayara, Widow of the Realm. I think this card is interesting. So it's 3 mana, 3/3. Sacrifice another creature or artifact. Ayara, Widow of the Realm deals X damage to target opponent or battle. You gain X life, where X is the sacrificed mana value, or sacrificed permanent's mana value. I'm gonna get a drink here before we finish talking about this card. So it's important to note for this card, it says target opponent or battle. So you can hit battles. Um, Though I will say, I'm not exactly sure what you want to sack to it. Sacrifice artifacts or creatures, but you want the mana value to be high. Um, I saw CGB talk about this card, and he mentioned like the Kamigawa Dragons would be potentially a good to sacrifice it to this. So like Owl, the Dawn Sky, which like allows you to find more cards from the top of your library potentially. The other dragons are also pretty cool. Saffron Olive, when he was talking about this card, mentioned cards like Writhing Necromass and Molten Monstrosity, which are these like expensive creatures, but they get a discount for cards having creature cards in the graveyard. So like for instance, Molten Monstrosity is like 8 mana, but it costs X less to cast, where X is the power of the creatures in your graveyard. So those seem like really spicy cards to use with Ayara, the ones that Saffron Olive mentioned, because there are these commons and uncommons that probably are pretty unplayable regardless, or like besides this deck. But the ability to just like play out this like 8 mana cost creature that for like less mana and then sack hits do 8 damage and gain 8 life seems pretty awesome. And then the backside of the card seems interesting, but I don't know. At the beginning of your combat, on your turn, return up to one target artifact or creature card from the graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste. Exile it at the beginning of next end step. So this is like an arms race each turn. We have that card in standard right now. It's like an uncommon enchantment for 4 you pay for. You can put a creature, uh, sorry, an artifact from your hand onto the battlefield and sack it at the end of your turn. So it reminds me a bit of that. Um, or like Perforos, I think is can do something similar. But yeah, I don't know if the backside you're gonna really be wanting to flip over to a ton. I think you want to build around the front side. But the front side seems like it has some interesting like play. But I don't think it's like you're gonna be having to sacrifice like high mana value or like mana valued permanents, so you can't just sacrifice tokens to this. In that regard, I don't know exactly how playable it is. So I gave it a 2 out of 5 in terms of value and playability, and then I gave it a 3 out of 5 in how interested I am in playing it. I think it'll be interesting maybe to test out with those cards that CGB and Saffron all have mentioned. Now, Brawl and Karizev. this card this card seems super strong for 3 mana. Like it has good stats. It's a 2/4 with First Strike and Menace for 3, not bad. And then whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery spell each turn, you may cast a spell with lesser mana value that shares a card type with it from your hand without paying its mana cost. If you don't, create First Mate Ragavan, a legendary 2/1 red monkey pirate creature token. It gains haste until end of turn. So, like, you get these good stats, and then it can help cast you spells for free, and then it can, like, repeatedly, if, like, Ragavan dies, create the 2/1 Ragavan with haste. And like if you don't free cast, which is probably likely to happen once in a while, like you cast like a 2 mana cantrip and then you don't have like a 1 mana like opt or sorry consider in your hand or something, and then so you get the monkey. But this card just seems awesome. Like it's really good value for because you get like this 2/1 and a 2/4 for 3 mana, and you get like potentially some free spells, and then like having 2 creatures for 1 creature means that it's kind of a convoke enabler, so you can cast like expensive convoke cards, which is important to note. If you cast convoke cards, the free spell thing says lesser mana value. So if you can cast a convoke card, they're typically higher cost. So you can cast a card that we're going to be eventually getting to. Then you cast like another card for free. Like you can cast almost any card for free then because convoke cards are just more expensive because they're adjusting for the fact that you can pay with creatures. So I think that's really interesting. And then I think this, if like Izzet and Jeskai Spellslinker makes it in standard, this card is definitely being played in that like deck. And for that reason, I think like this, there is like sort of a what is that flyer that gives +1/+1 or like +1 and trample or something to your creatures every time you cast a spell. There is sort of a spell slingery deck in standard. It's just not very popular at all. I think this card is super good though, and I think it's gonna see play. So I give it a 5 out of 5. This is one of my maybe bold takes on playability, but I think this card is just so good. So I gave it a 5 out of 5 in value and playability. And in terms of my interest in playing it, I gave it a 3 out of 5 because I think it's pretty interesting, but I'm not usually one to play a bunch of Spellslinger. Next up, Bloated Processor. So 3 mana, 3/2 Phyrexian, just a Phyrexian. But this card seems super good or super strong for like 3 mana. So you get these good stats at 3/2 for 3. That's not bad. But sorry, whoops, I was reading the wrong thing. You get a 3 mana 3/2, which is not bad, decent stats. And then you have this Phyrexian payoff. So Phyrexian Tribal is something that's being pushed in this set, and this card is part of that. But you can sacrifice Phyrexians to it to put a +1/+1 counter on it. So it becomes like you sacrifice, I don't know, Skrelv. You have a Skrelv in hand, and you already had one on the battlefield. You sacrifice Skrelv. You put a +1/+1. It's a 4/3. But it's important to note when it dies, you incubate X, where X is its power. So I think the real strong part about this card is it kind of replaces itself when it dies, and then like if you just feed this card tokens from Skrell's Hive, it gets pretty nightmarish. So I think this card is just like good value. Think of like Graveyard Trespasser. It's not necessarily a super flashy card, but it's just good value. Like a creature that replaces itself when it dies is nice. Um, so yeah, like in fact, it gets stronger when it dies because it has one less toughness than its power in its normal form, and then if it becomes like if you incubate, you get a 3/3, which is cool. So in that regard, I think this card is just like good value for Phyrexians, and it's just pretty good. So I gave it a 4 out of 5 in terms of playability. And my particular interest, I gave it a 2 out of 5 because, well, I was not quite sure if I'll enjoy playing Phyrexian Tribal, but this card might maybe I'll enjoy it a lot more. My ratings are pretty pointless, but the playability rating is 4 out of 5. Alright, Bloodfeather Phoenix. 2 mana, 2/2, flying, can't block. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell you control deals damage to an opponent or battle, you pay 1 red. If you do, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste until end of turn. I think this card isn't like Arclight Phoenix 2.0 or like in standard, because you don't go casting a bunch of like 1 mana cantrips or something and put it in the graveyard and then just like reanimate it randomly, because you have to pay 1 red. But I think it's just a solid recurable threat in mono red. You do need instants and sorceries, so like Kamano won't trigger it in mono red, but like Play with Fire, Lightning Strike, and maybe like End the Festivities if that's still being used. I'm not particularly familiar with mono red, but those instants, Play with Fire, Lightning Strike, and the Festivities all trigger this, and then you get this bird back. I'm not sure it currently beats out what is being played in mono red, but it does seem like a future like mono red like gets this when when all the other good stuff rotates. Though I think one important thing to note, this is a flyer. It's a 2/2 flyer, so it's just flying is flying is pretty huge. So in that regard, I give this a 4 out of 5 in playability. I think it's just going to be like fits into mono red. Maybe not like mono red right now, but eventually. And then I gave it a 2 out of 5 in terms of how interested I am in playing. I think it's a cool ability, but all right, Boonbringer Valkyrie. This card has super dope art. 5 mana, 5/5 with flying, first strike, lifelink, or it's a 4/4 with first strike, lifelink, and flying, and then you give another creature flying for a turn and first strike and lifelink. This card I'm hyped for like one particular reason. It's a 5/5 with first strike. This card just beats and dunks on Shieldred, which is kind of crazy to me because I don't know. I feel like for me, there's not many creatures that tangle with Shieldred well in combat. So the fact that this tangles well with Shieldred in combat and is like a 5/5 beater in the air, gains you life, so it's good against like mono red. I just think this is like a better Vindicator in a way. Like Phyrexian Vindicator, the 4 mana 5/5. This also gains you life and it has like first strike. Sure, it's not exactly the same effects as Vindicator, but I think this card is just actually like super good. And so for that reason, I gave it a 4 out of 5. I'm not entirely sure this will see like playability. It is a 5 drop, and not exactly sure what deck, though it is an angel, which is also relevant because we got quite a few angels from this set, and so maybe Giada and angels, this fits in there and is like just amazing. So honestly, I would might even bump this one up to like a 5 out of 5 in terms of like this card is just good. It just feels good. It feels good to me. I like it's not super flashy, but uh, beating Shieldred does put a smile on my face. All right. Breach the Multiverse. Oh yeah, I also gave it a 4 out of 5 in terms of my interest. Anyways, Breach of the Multiverse. This is a 7 mana sorcery that says each player mills 10 cards. For each player, you may choose a creature or a planeswalker in that player's graveyard, and you may put those cards onto the battlefield under your control. And then each creature becomes a Phyrexian in addition to its other types. So this is like really expensive, and I don't think it's like guaranteed finisher material. So like 7 mana is kind of expensive for a non-finisher. I think it's really cool, and I definitely want to like try it. And I think it also has like some decent hits among like the meta creatures. Just like Milton cards, you pick up a shield shred from the opponents, and then you pick up like one of your best creatures. Seems pretty good. But I feel like you're gonna want to put some amazing cards in your deck, since like you play this against soldiers or something. I don't know. Soldiers mono red, hoping to like to win. You're not gonna be picking up anything good from your opponent then that like does anything, because you pick up like one soldier. Part of what makes soldiers so strong is because they have like the lords and everything, and there's just like a bunch of weenies. So yeah, I think this card in that regard, it's all right. So I gave it a 3 out of 5, and then in my interest in playing it, I gave it a 3 out of 5. Pretty cool. But all right, Chrome Host Seed Shark. This card, it seems like a control card, and like I don't, in that regard, I don't really know how to rate it very well. It is a 2/4 flyer for 3. Um, but it doesn't really like seem fast enough or fun enough to play in standard. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, incubate X, or X is that spell's mana value, just doesn't seem like that great. Maybe you play this in like Sultai Phyrexians and you flip the incubate tokens with some other thing. Glissa. Glissa is going to be coming up here. But yeah, in that regard, to me, this card just seems like kind of slow. And for that reason, I gave it a 2 out of 5. Maybe you can play this. It is a Phyrexian, and Phyrexian is a relevant creature type, so maybe it's better than I think. And then in terms of my interest in playing it, in terms of like being a control card, I gave it a 1. I'm just not very interested in it. All right, City on Fire, 8 mana I can count. And then you can convoke it out, and then you can, if like a source you control deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals triple that damage instead. The thing for me with this card is 8 mana is crazy expensive. And then when you play it, it does literally nothing on your turn. You need like still something else to do after you play this, which is the funny thing. So in that regard, I think it's like it seems like it would be really fun with like tokens. You just like convoke out, and then like you can convoke it out so that you can actually play it. Like 8 mana is ridiculously expensive just to stumble into that many lands. So either you need a plan to ramp, or a plan to get creatures, or a mix. But yeah, 8 mana is expensive to do potentially nothing on the turn it comes down. In that regard, I don't think it's like super playable, so I gave it a 2 out of 5. But I gave it a 3 out of 5 because I think it's kind of interesting in terms of my interest. All right, this card, Complete the Circuit. This one's fun. So 6 mana, but it has Convoke. So this seems like a Convoke payoff for like Jeskai Spellslinger, but it says you may cast or sorcery spells this turn as though they had Flash. And then when you cast your next instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell twice. You may choose new targets for the copies. So this seems like a really good Convoke payoff for Jeskai Spellslinger, because you just like triple cast, or you double cast something, right? Actually, wait, no, yeah, you triple cast it. You get 3 total casts of the spell. Um, and it feels like it would fit in like the Jeskai Spellslinger like token deck that we are talking about with like Monastery Mentor. It helps with like Monastery Mentor, I think some. Helps be like a payoff card. I'm not sure what like impactful card in standard that you want to like easily double cast with this card, but I think with Baral and Karizev, this card is really good because you cast this for like 6 mana, or you can invoke it out for like less mana, but the mana value remains 6. And I think the way Baral and Karizev works, it says mana value, so even if you pay less mana for this, it still counts as 6 mana value. So then, if you have Baral and Karizev, you get to cast an instant or sorcery. Oh, wait, yeah. Whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery spell each turn, you may cast a spell with lesser mana value that shares a card type with it from your hand without paying its mana cost. So you can cast any instant or, well, yeah, you can cast any, sorry, instant. Oh, my goodness, I'm stumbling here. But yeah, you play Complete the Circuit. It's an instant for 6 mana. And then you get a free like 5 mana instant to cast following up that is tripled, or like it's cast 2 extra times. So in that regard, I think it works really well, but we're all in carries of. Um, One card that comes to mind is actually like a pretty good card to play with this that is an instant and is more like pretty expensive. Would be like big score. You play complete the circuit with and like Brawl and carries of allows you to cast big score for free. You like triple that up. You only have to pay the cost once. So you discard one card and then you draw two, you draw two, you draw two, and you create 2 treasures, and you create 2 treasures, and you create 2 treasures. So you end up with like 6 cards and 6 treasures, which seems pretty awesome because then you can just sling a bunch more spells because you now have like 6 treasures to cast spells. So I think that is like kind of the go-to plan for complete the circuit. But in any regard, I think the playability of this card depends on how good like Jeskai Spellslinger is. And so for that reason, I gave it a 2 out of 5 in terms of uh, playability. It might play better than that, but 6 mana for a spell that needs some other spell to enable it is a little bit concerning. But and then I gave it a 3 out of 5 in terms of how interested I'm in playing with this. But man, I do want to try and I do want to try and do what I was describing there. That does sound like a lot of fun. All right, Deep Root Wayfinder. 2 mana, 2/3. Merfolk Scout. When it deals combat damage to a player or battle, surveil one, then you may return a land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. For this, I just feel like you need a very slow opponent and to be on the play for this card to see value. So you play this like, so you're on the play, so you get to go first. You play your land, you pass to the opponent. Opponent plays their land, they pass back to you. You play a land, you play this. You pass back to your opponent, they play a land. You hope they have no 2 drops, so that on your third turn you can swing in. That's like then maybe you get the value of this dealing combat damage. I just feel like I don't know. It doesn't have any evasion to make it enable it to connect. Maybe I don't think there's any merfolk like tribe or like lords or like more merfolk tribe evasion in standard right now. Maybe I'm wrong. But it just and then on top of all this, it dies to cut down. So you play your land, you pass your opponent, they play their land, and they pass back to you. You play your land, you play this, your opponent cuts it down with their 1 black mana that they have open. And it's like, what? Okay. Then it's done nothing. So like this just doesn't give me the hope that I wanted for like a playable 2 mana green creature from this set. But yeah, that's my take on Deep Root Wayfinder. Maybe it gets more value. I mean, it's not a bad 2 mana creature. 2/3's good blocker. Like it's a decent stat for 2 mana, but it's just I don't know if it. As someone who's played out a bunch of mana dorks and watched them die to cut down, I don't have much faith in creatures that don't dodge cut down. All right. So yeah, I gave this a 2 out of 5 for playability, and then 2 out of 5 for my interest in playing it. Jeru and Hazaret. Hopefully I didn't completely butcher that name. But this is 5 mana for a 5/4, and then it says as long as you have one or fewer cards in hand, it has vigilance and haste. So that's pretty good. 5 power is notable. 5 power is a power that trades with Shelly or Shieldred, which is very important. Like, because I said, or as I've said before, I feel like Shieldred is just like such a good body on the battlefield. Because 5 toughness and death touch, you just need, well, yeah, you really need like death touch or 5 power to trade with it. And not many creatures that are playable are those stats. Or like, are those stats and of equal mana value or like similar mana value. So, in that regard, I think this card is nice for that. Like, it's good body and potentially have haste. And then, um, like the ability to get free cards is very cool. Um, and like the vigilance and haste out of nowhere is no dope. I like the thing that excites me about this card is that like 5 power vigilance haste. If your opponent's like has no creatures on board, like a sweeper got played, no creatures on board, you can haste this out and potentially flip a battle because it has 5 damage, which most battles are roughly around 5 defense counters. So, and then it seems like potentially good because there's a lot of legends running around. The second ability says whenever it attacks, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may exile a legendary creature card from among them. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Until end of turn, you may cast the exiled card without paying its mana cost. So basically, you get a free legend when you attack in after looking at the top 6 cards. So there are lots of legends running around, so it seems reasonable. There is like huge upsides, but I'm not exactly sure if you're gonna be like cramming in a ton of Atraxas so that you can cast Atraxa for free off of this. I'm not. I'm worried how it will play out. But maybe it plays better than I think. But in that regard, I gave it a 3 out of 5. Like decent stats and serious upside. Um, and then in terms of how interested I am in playing it, I give it a 3 out of 5 as well. Seems kind of interesting. And like, if you do cast an Attrax off of it, like that's too much fun. But anyways, Doomscar Warrior, 4 mana, 4/3 with backup 1 and trample. So backup 1 means it can basically be a 4 mana 5/4 with trample, which is not bad. Again, 5 power, defeats Shieldred. And then the really cool thing is it replaces itself in a turn because when this creature deals combat damage to a player or battle, look at that many cards from the top of your library, and you may deal a creature or land from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So it can basically replace itself. Well, it draws you a card, replaces itself the next turn, or the turn it comes down, because it can give something else like trample and swing in and trample in. Um, it is important to note it says play or battle, but yeah, I think this card, like the ability for it to replace itself the turn it comes down is relevant, and the fact that it can trade with Shieldred is relevant. It's 4 mana, and it can trade with Shieldred, which is really good because currently there is only like one other green card that I think could trade with Shieldred at 4 mana, which was the Evolved Spinoderm, which eventually sacks itself and stuff and doesn't have trample, or at least not initially. So yeah, I think this card, the ability to give something else trample also seems relevant. Anyways, the only thing that I have for this card is I wish like it had 5 toughness or like 4 toughness statically. But like thank you Goldheim and Praise Green. This card seems like it's pretty playable, and for that I gave it a 4 out of 5 in value and playability. And then a 4 out of 5 for how interested I am in it. I think it'd be fun to test out, and I think it might actually be like a playable green card, which is exciting. All right, Drana and Linvala. For this card, it's static. It's a 4 mana 3/4 with flying and vigilance. Uh, its static doesn't do much to creatures in the meta at the moment. I would say like activated abilities creatures your opponents control can't be activated, and then they have the activated abilities of all creatures your opponents control, and you can fix mana to do this. Like that static doesn't seem like it's particularly relevant. There's not a ton of activated abilities on creatures right now, but it is a 3/4 flyer for 4 with vigilance. Um, and it is an angel, which means it can work well with Giada. And Giada is just like a super strong angels card. Every angel you enters the battlefield gets a +1 counter for each other angel you control. And then Giada can also tap to pay or help pay for angel spells. Tap and produce 1 mana to pay for angel spells. In that regard, I gave this card a 3 out of 5. It is a angel. It has vigilance. It's a flyer. Those are all pretty good things, but I don't think it's like crazy. And then I gave it a 1 out of 5 for how interested I am in playing it. I just don't think the static ability is any interest or that interesting to me, or they're like that fun to mess around with. Uh, Next card, Dusk Legion Duelist. All right, so this card has 2 mana, 2/2, with vigilance. Is also a soldier. This card draws cards whenever you put 1 or more +1 counters on it, and drawing cards is always awesome. So I think that's very important to note. And then it works well with like +1/+1 synergies. It works with Siege Veteran, which is a soldier that puts a +1 counter at the beginning of combat each turn. So you just like together, these two cards turn into draw a card each turn and like grow your Vigilant Soldier, which is cool. Like Vigilance is super easy to overlook, but it's also super good. Like doesn't get hit by Wandering Emperor, can also defend. So like you're putting a bunch of +1 counters onto this, so you can swing in and also draw cards. And then it's also an amazing defender. So in all of that regard, like being a 2 mana 2/2 soldier with Vigilance and upside, I gave this card a 4 out of 5 for value and playability. It just seems super good. Like drawing cards, crazy good if you can ever get it off. In like your standard soldiers deck, I don't know if that's going to be happening a ton, but this might get pumped up a bit by Soldier Lords, and then it's Vigilant, so that's still pretty good as far as all things go. And then I give it a 4 out of 5 for how interested I am playing with it. I really want to mess around with the card in like +1/+1s. As we talked about in the like draft archetypes, Selesnya is, or like green and white are going to be your +1/+1 counter synergies, so it should be fun. Aaron and Giada. This card is a 3 mana 2/3 flash flying human angel. You may look at the top card of your library at any time, and you may cast spells with flash or flying from the top of your library. So this card, I'm going to admit, seems pretty commandery, but it is an angel, which is relevant with Giada in standard, and it allows you to play off the top, which can be pretty bonkers. That can be like pretty explosive turns. If you've ever played with Augur of Autumn, you know that like I've had opponents concede when I just play like 2 or 3 creatures off the top. So, and then if you have Giada, like every angel you play gets bigger for the number of angels you have. That's huge. So yeah, this card seems pretty good. Like I love playing off the top. In that regard, I think this card in angels has the potential to force angels to play some blue if they want to make use of this. And I think this card is pretty good. So I gave it a 4 out of 5. Again, angel creature type relevant here. I guess it's also a human, so you can put in human decks. But I don't think humans are running around that much. You do have like Catilda in standard, which helps you tap humans for mana. But yeah. Essence of Orthodoxy. Oh yeah, I also gave it a 3 out of 5 for how interested I am in playing it. Essence of Orthodoxy. This card, 5 mana 3/3 flying when it enters the battlefield, or whenever it or a Phyrexian enters the battlefield, incubate 2. So Phyrexian enters the battlefield under your control. This card just seems too slow for constructed or standard, and I feel like you need something that like flips these incubates for free for this to be good in Phyrexian Tribal. It is like good in Phyrexian Tribal because you just get a bunch of incubates nonstop, but it's kind of an expensive payoff. So all things considered, I feel like this card is just kind of expensive, kind of slow, needs other cards to assist it. I give it a 2 out of 5 in terms of like playability. Maybe it's like you can force it, or maybe it's better than it reads, but yeah. And then in terms of how interested I am playing this card, I gave it a 1 out of 5. Yeah. Atali Primal Conqueror. This is 7 mana, 7/7. Trample, legendary Elder Dinosaur. Cool, alright. But the coolest part to me is the front side ETB. It says when it enters the battlefield, each player exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile a non-land card. You may cast any number of spells from among the non-land cards exiled this way without playing it or paying their mana costs. So you pay 7, you get the 7/7 with Trample, and then you get 2 free cards. So they're guaranteed to not be non-land cards. So you're not just going to be like whiffing on this. And then the funny thing is the backside. You can pay 10 mana or pay 9 mana and like 2 life, and you get 11/11 Trample Indestructible. When it deals damage to a player, that player gets that many poison counters. Well, it gives poison counters equal to the amount of damage. So it's Blightsteel Colossus on the backside, kind of. So that's really cool. But yeah, Blightsteel Colossus at home. I think this card is actually kind of good because it's an ETB, and then you get 2 like free spells that you're guaranteed to like hit on. You're not gonna get lands. And then like this could be like something you reanimate. You could blink it, so like you exile it and return it to the battlefield with something like, I don't know, Uh, I'm running out of cards or like I'm trying to think of a card in hand. Anyways, you could also play this with like Elish Norn, which double ups enter the battlefield triggers, and then you get four spells for free. Um, yeah, I think it is like pretty good in that regard, just because you get this creature on top of getting these free spells, and most decks are like 2 to 3 mana value average, maybe. And so two free spells translates into 4 to like 6 mana value of non-land cards, which seems pretty good. Maybe you hit like cards that aren't relevant, but yeah, I think this card is pretty cool. And then I'm looking forward to trying to playing it with like Golden Argosy or something where you blink it, or you play it with like fight rigging. So you play this, you hit fight rigging as one of the exiled cards. You play the fight rigging, then it's your combat turn. You get a free spell off of your fight rigging. Seems pretty funny as well. So yeah, I give it a 4 out of 5. I just think it's a giant value stick to some degree. Um, it's hard to do particularly wrong with it. Sure, it's not like a clear like finisher, but yeah. And then I give it a 5 out of 5 for how interested I am playing with it. I want to try and like double up the ETB, blink it to get the ETB. Like that's what I'm looking forward to. All right, Fairy Master Divine, 2 mana, 2/1 flash flying. Whenever an opponent draws their second card each turn, you draw a card, and then you can pay 4 mana. Each player draws a card. And this was a card designed by the world champion. This card reminds me a lot of Ledger Shredder, which was like decent but not ridiculous or oppressive. Uh, but this, uh, sorry, hold on, I'm trying to remember what I wrote here. I think one problem with this card is that there's a large number of cards in Standard right now, or a large number of cards that are phrase put into your hand. They don't say draw explicitly, so this will miss on those things. But you think of like mono white mid range in Standard, which is a pretty like common meta deck. They draw a lot of cards. Bankbuster, like the lands that they sacrifice. Spirit Companion, like, or anybody who plays Bankbuster, you're suddenly drawing a card whenever they draw a card on their turn. So this card actually seems like it's going to get you a ton of card draw, or like it can definitely get you card draw and a ton of it if it just sticks around. And it's also like a 2/1 with flying and it has flash. So like there's all these extra upsides that make this card a 4 out of 5 in my mind in terms of like it's just pretty playable. Bankbuster, all it does is draw. Well, that's a lie. It doesn't all it do. It draw cards, but draw a card and is the most played card in Standard. And this card lets you draw a bunch of cards. I think it's pretty good. And then I give it a 2 out of 5 for how interested I am in playing it. It's card draw. It does things, or card draw is good, but it's not maybe the most interesting thing you can do. All right, Galta and Mavern. This is 7 mana for your 12/12 trample legendary dinosaur vampire. So it says whenever you attack, choose one, create a tapped and attacking XX green dinosaur creature token with trample, where X is the greatest power among other attacking creatures. And that, or sorry, create tapped and attacking XX dinosaur with the greatest power among attacking creatures you control. And then you create X, or you can create X 1/1 white vampire creature tokens with lifelink, where X is the number of attacking creature. So you can go wide or you can go big with this deck. I think this card is funny because it works really well with like Olivia Voldaren, which is that 6 mana like hasty flyer that reanimates. I think it's Olivia Voldaren. Olivia is at least correct. But yeah, because Olivia Voldaren has like this clause that says exile the creature if you don't control a legendary vampire. So like if Olivia Voldaren dies, sometimes you'll lose your reanimated creature, but this is a legendary vampire. But it also says whenever you attack, which is important. So Ghalta and Mavern can still get value on the first turn that you play Ghalta and Mavern. You play this down, and then you swing in with like another creature, and you can still get like your vampires or your dinosaur, which is good. And then I think this card is important to note that like if the opponent has no response, sometimes your opponent's out of removal. If they don't have a removal, this card is a 1 turn clock or like a pretty much like a bit of a one turn clock because you just like, well, yeah, it is like a one turn clock because the next turn you attack in with this, it's a 12-12 trampler, and you create a 12-12 trampler, your opponent kind of needs to respond to that. So if their opponent has no response this turn, this card turns into basically a one-turn clock, which is kind of bonkers to me. So for that reason, I gave it a 4 out of 5. I think it'll be fun, but I don't think it's like the best way to go about winning. Because just like if your opponent has removal for it, especially instant speed removal, you don't get any value. But if they have like sorcery speed removal, you get a little bit of value because you can attack in with your other creatures and still get that attack trigger. But yeah, and they gave it a 3 out of 5 for how interested I am playing it. All right, Glissa. How far are we into this? All right, yeah. But this is, I knew this video was gonna be kind of long, but all right. Glissa, Herald of Predation. Predation, yeah, that's right. All right, so it is a 3/5 for 5 Phyrexian Zombie Elf. Now, at the beginning of your combat turn, choose one. You have three options. You can incubate two twice, so you get two like 2/2s that need to be flipped. You can transform all your incubator tokens. That's very important. And then Phyrexians you control gain First Strike and Death Touch until end of turn. What? Wait, First Strike and Death Touch? That's like, how does your opponent ever win in combat then? Like, if you have a lethal board and your opponent has to make a bunch of unsavory blocks or unfavorable blocks, all their creatures are dying because they probably don't have First Strike. So that's crazy. Like, First Strike and Death Touch means they just win in combat like 90% of the time. And that can give it to all Phyrexians. And then it also enables incubate strategies because you can just flip all your incubate tokens. Every incubate token you control. So that's super important. I think if there is Golgari Phyrexian, like tribal or Phyrexians being played, Glissa is being played in it because she can just the ability to give First Strike and Death Touch is crazy. Like, and then the other twos are just like great value as well. So I think this card is a 5 out of 5 for playability. If Golgari Phyrexians makes it, she's making it in as one of the cards that is going to see play. So that's why I give it a 5 out of 5. Maybe this is another one of my hot takes or bold claims, but I think it's interesting. And then I gave it a 3 out of 5 for how interested I am in playing it. Should be interesting, but uh, yeah. Glistening Dawn. 4 mana, green sorcery. Incubate X twice, where X is the number of lands you control. So the way it works is you play this. If you have 4 mana, you get 4 like incubate tokens that you have to flip, right? So for me, this card reads like, ugh, I have 4 mana, and then I get nothing out of it because you need to like pay to flip it. So that sounds really bad, but it scales really well. So like you have, I don't know, 5 lands, create 2/5/5s, um, and then you can flip them next turn. Yeah, that's kind of annoying, and then like it just keeps getting more crazy. No, I think this card. One thing for me though is like this card seems like it's gonna be so much fun with the All Will Be One enchantment. So like All Will Be One on the battlefield, it's a 5 mana red enchantment. Whenever you put a +1 counter on something, you can fling damage at your opponent, right? So this card, you presumably have 5 lands because you played All Will Be One. It's a 5 mana enchantment. You play Glistening Dawn. You get 2 tokens that each have 5 +1 counters on it because you have 5 lands, and then you have 2 shots of 5 damage to send. So you have 10 damage through the +1/+1 counters. Now, if you have 10 lands and you play Glistening Dawn and you have All Will Be One, that's just 20 damage because you have 20 counters. You have 2 lands that both get 10 +1/+1 counters. So this card seems like a blast to try out with All Will Be One. And for that reason, I'm like super interested. I gave it a 5 out of 5 for how interested I am in it. In terms of playability, though, I gave it a 3 out of 5. Feels like you need something to flip it, but it scales really well. So, yeah. All right, Grafted Butcher. This card's art is pretty sick, and then this card is the probably one of the best Phyrexians from the set because it's a Phyrexian Lord. It says other Phyrexians you control get +1/+1. It's a 2-mana 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, Phyrexians you control gain menace until end of turn. What? And then pay 4 mana, sacrifice an artifact or creature, return Grafted Butcher from your graveyard to the battlefield, activate only as a sorcery. So I feel like Phyrexians are crazy, like pushed in the set. Like they're very, uh, they designed them to be very like powerful. And then the ability to give like free menace for a turn, like turns this card into also sort of like a late game, like a pretty nutty late game draw. And then like you can also return it from the battlefield and then or return it from the graveyard and then get menace that way as well. Like it's recurable. Like I think this card single-handedly makes Phyrexian Tribal pretty terrifying because lords, especially like cheap lords, um, once they get stacking or like just any sort of lord with like a decent tribe, just is crazy. It gets out of hand. I don't know if you've ever seen tribal decks, you or played against soldiers, you know a bit what I mean. I mean, soldiers has a ton of value elsewhere, but I think this card makes itself a really strong lord because it can be returned. Um, and so yeah, in that regard, I think this card single-handedly makes Phyrexian Tribal pretty terrifying. If Phyrexian Tribal is being played, this card is in it, so I give it a 5 out of 5 in terms of playability, and then 5 out of 5 for how interested in it. I think this card is just such a good lord that it's going to be fun to play because you actually get to play it and keep it around potentially. All right, next card, Guardian of Yearpore. This card is, well, it's 3 mana, 3/3 Angel with flying. So Angel is important, like I've said multiple times. Giada, Angel synergies, all that good stuff. But the fun thing is when it enters the battlefield, exile up to one other target creature or artifact you control, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of next end step. So you get to blink something and then it returns at the end of your turn. So for me, this card is like Jan Kevin, or just like I'm so excited to try this card out because the blink options for this card are like crazy. Like you play like a prototype deck, and then you get to blink your prototype. So you play a Phyrexian Flesh Scorcher for like 3 mana. You play your Guardian of Geopor, which is a 3/3 Angel flyer, so like it's a good body. And then you also blink your Phyrexian Flesh Scorcher, making it into from a 3/3 like lifelink menace ward creature into a 7/5 menace lifelink ward creature. Like that seems awesome. Then or you like play this, you blink your Atali, like we were talking about, Atali Primal Conqueror. You get that ETB again where you get 2 free spells. Sounds pretty fun. Um, or like you could even like play this with like a card like Mightstone and Weakstone, which is like enters the battlefield, can give creature -9 or -5, -5, or can draw 2 cards. So you just blink that and you draw 2 more cards. It's good value. And then like think about this with Elish Norn, which doubles up ETB effects. So you get to exile 2 things, and then you return those 2 things, and those 2 things double trigger because of Elish Norn. So in that regard, I think this card's gonna be a lot of fun. It's also an angel, which is super important. So like even in an angel deck, you can just blink another angel, and that angel comes in bigger. So like, say you play Giada. Giada's a 2/2. Your next angel you play, let's say its base stats are like 1/1. Well, it becomes a 2/2 because of the counters. Your next one becomes a 3/3 because of, like it gets 2 counters because there's 2 other angels. I think it's the way it works. Um, Anyways, but then you play this, you blink your like first angel so that your first angel can go ahead and get like upgraded in terms of the number of counters it gets. So I think this card is not only good in like blink shenanigans, but I think it's also good, like still a really good angel. So in that regard, I gave it a 4 out of 5 in terms of playability, and then a 5 out of 5 for how interested I am to play with this. I just want to blink things and get weird random value. All right, Heliod the Radiant Dawn. A legendary enchantment god, 4/4 for 4. So 4/4 for 4, which returns a enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand. So for me, this card is like a 4/4 for 4. It returns your Spirited Companion, your Wedding Announcement, your Restoration of Iganjo from your graveyard. um, which is kind of nice. I think I don't think this card is like super designed for standard because it is like one of those god cards, and it wants to play around some other stuff. But anyways, I want to say for the front side though, I think it's gonna be very funny if you play like the front side with Touch the Spirit Realm. Touch of the Spirit Realm is that 3 mana enchantment that says exile target artifact or creature, and then you can channel it. It's from Kamigawa, so you can channel it for 2 mana, and you get to blink a creature or artifact you control, and it comes back at the end of your turn. So what you do is you discard it, channeling it, targeting Heliod to defend Heliod. So like Heliod's being targeted by a removal spell. You exile Heliod, and it's going to return to the battlefield at the end of your turn. It returns to the battlefield, and it can return that Touch the Spirit Realm that you just discarded to protect it. So like you have this sort of like infinite protection spell, which seems pretty funny. So it like returns the protection spell from your graveyard, which is your like Touch the Spirit Realm, and you get to redo it, which is pretty cool. But the backside, what does it say? Transform, just for 3 mana and 2 life, or 4 mana. You may cast spells as though they had flash. Your spells you cost one less to cast for each card your opponents have drawn this turn. The backside seems like, hmm, okay, like everything that you now have, or like everything you have is flash, which is good, but it's not great with like planeswalkers, so like the Eternal Wanderer, because then you can't use their abilities because you played it on your opponent's turn. Like creatures, they don't have any like sorcery speed abilities usually, uh, that you want to activate the first turn you play because either they have summoning sickness, right? Um, so like you can flash in like creatures, which seems cool, but you're not gonna want to flash in like planeswalkers. And I'm not really sure what like kind of deck you want to put this in. It seems like decent value. Maybe this goes in like a Hollowed Haunting deck, and you just like uh, return like enchantments that die. Just like if you play like enchanted creatures, I guess that's probably the best space for this. But yeah, and all that considering all that, like I gave it a 3 out of 5 in terms of playability. I think it's like decent value. It has like interesting upside on the backside, but yeah, I'm not entirely sold that it's uh, like push enough to be played a ton. And then for my interest in it, I gave it a 2 out of 5. Do think it will be really funny to see if anyone uses like Touch of the Spirit Realm with it, just to infinitely or like endlessly defend it. All right, Hidetsugu and Kahiri or Kairi. I think it's Kairi. All right. This is 5 mana, 5/4 flying. When it enters the battlefield, draw 3 cards. Put 2 cards from your hand on top of your library in any order. And then when it dies, exile the top card of your library. Target opponent loses life equal to its mana value. It's an instant or sorcery card. You may cast it without paying its mana cost. That's pretty crazy. All right, so 5 power again. It can deal with Shieldred. I'm gonna say that every time, but 5 power it can deal with Shieldred, which is good. And then flying, this makes it actually like a serious clock. You play this, your opponent doesn't have any flyers. Bonk, 5 damage next turn. Bonk, 5 damage the next turn. Like they can only take that for 2 more turns. So 5 damage flyer, good stuff. Free spells is nice, though it does say you can only cast it for free if it's an instant or sorcery. So I don't know like where you want to play this or how you want to play this. Like, do you want to play this over Invoke Despair or with Invoke Despair? It seems like it would be good with Invoke Despair because then you can like put Invoke Despair on top of your library, um, and then like cast the Invoke Despair potentially when it dies. But I think this card is going to be super funny though if you play it with Explosive Singularity because it's a 10 mana value red sorcery that does 10 damage. So like the way it works is Hidetsugu and Kairi. Yeah, Hidetsugu and Kairi dies. Exile the top card of your library. So you exile this Explosive Singularity. Target opponent loses life equal to its mana value. Your opponent loses 10 life because it's a 10 mana value spell. And then you can cast it for free without paying its mana cost. So you cast it and you deal 10 damage to your opponent. So like you do 20 damage through these two things. Um, to do that though, like I feel like to some degree you're going to want in order to like secure free spells, you're probably gonna want like sack outlet, but like at the same time it's a 5/5 or a 5/4 flyer, so like I don't know if you want to sacrifice it. Seems like it might fit in like a Grixis deck. It just seems like decent value in all things considered. So I gave it a 4 out of 5. A 5 damage flyer again. Serious clock. Needs to be answered. And yeah, and then I gave it a 2 out of 5 for how interested I am in playing it. I think we will try some jank shenanigans with it, but yeah. All right, Hoarding Broodlord. 8 mana. I don't know why I wrote down 7 mana on my notes sheet here. No, it's 8 mana for a flying dragon. It has Convoke though, so you can make it cheaper. And then it's a 7/6. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for a card, exile it face down, then shuffle. For as long as that spell remains exiled, you may play it. Spells you cast from exile have Convoke. So you can tutor up like whatever you want, and then you can have that cheapened because you have like you can cast it with Convoke. I think this card though is like 8 mana. It's just too expensive to see play in standard. 8 mana for a 7/6 flyer. Yeah, that's a pretty like that's a clock. Um, and you can search up something, but at the same time, I don't know. It just seems too expensive to see a whole ton of play in standard. Uh, and yeah, that's all I'll say about this one. I gave it a 2 out of 5, and then I gave it a 2 out of 5 for how interested I was playing it. Inga and Essica. So 4 mana, 4/4. I don't know where exactly this fits in standard. Like, it's not exactly like Simic tokens. It gives creatures you control have vigilance, and then tap to add 1 mana of any color and spend this mana only to cast creature spells. So whenever you cast a creature spell, the 3 or more mana from creatures was spent to cast it, draw a card. So like I don't know if there's really like a Simic tokens creatures that create a ton of tokens that works well with. It does turn all your creatures into mana dorks, which is cool. So like Inga and Essica, I hope I'm not butchering that name, can tap to add mana, but it only adds mana for creature spells. I don't know. It could also draw cards, but you need to like uh, spend mana from creatures. Whenever you cast a creature spell, if 3 or more mana from creatures was spent to cast it, so you need 3 creatures on your battlefield that you're willing to tap down to cast something to draw cards. So I don't know. It seems more commandery, and so I gave it a 2 out of 5. Not exactly sure what cards you want to play with it, and I gave it a 2 out of 5 for how interested I am in playing with it. Interdisciplinary Mascot. 8 mana, 5/5 with Ward 3. Can convoke it out. Look at the top 4 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, the rest of them in your library in a random order. I gave this card just a 1 out of 5. And then I gave it a 1 out of 5 for how interested I was playing it. I think this card is way too expensive. 8 mana? Even if you convoke this with like 3 creatures, it's still 5 mana, right? 5 mana for a 5/5 with Ward 3. And then you get to draw. Maybe it plays better than I think. I don't know. It just seems so expensive. So that reason I gave it a 1. Into the Fire. This is 3 mana, and then you can do 2 damage to each creature, planeswalker in battle. It hits all battles, which is interesting. Maybe you hit your opponent's battles. I did just realize that. That's an interesting implication. But the second option is put any number of cards from your hand on the bottom of your library and then draw that many cards plus 1. So you can choose either one of those things. I think this card is nice so you can like sift through a bunch of cards. Um, and then the upside is like maybe you can use it to sweep. But it is important to know that you put them on the bottom of your library. So you're not putting them into the graveyard. You're not filling your graveyard, which is relevant in a lot of situations like Reanimator. Um, yeah, so I think this card's okay. I gave it a 2 out of 5, maybe playable, but like 2 damage is maybe not enough for a lot of situations. And then I gave it a 2 out of 5 for how interested I am in playing it. This card might play a lot better than I think. All right, we're heading into battles again. We're going to go to the rare battles. All right, a quick note about battles though. When they're like defeated or have 0 counters, they exile and then cast their backside for free from exile. This is important because it opens up the backside to being counterspelled, particularly by one spell that I have in mind is Wash Away, which is like counter target spell that was not cast from the hand for 1 mana. And then you can pay 3 mana to just counter target spell with it. So I don't know if this tech will be like super relevant, but I think it's good food for thought that like maybe Wash Away will see some play, or like the backside of your battles can be countered. Anyways, let's hop into the battles. We have Invasion of Alara. This one's super fun. When it enters the battlefield, exile cards, or it's Wooburg is the cost, so you need to go in all colors for this one. But when it enters the battlefield, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile 2 non-land cards with mana value 4 or less. You may cast one of those two cards without paying its mana cost. Put one of them into your hand. So you exile until you find 2 mana value 4 or less cards, and then you get to choose which one you want to cast and which one you want to keep. And then you put the rest of the exiled cards on the bottom of your library, and yeah. So this card, I want to play with like Elish Norn, which doubles up ETE triggers, because then you just get like twice this effect. Or you play it with like Omnath, the new Omnath, which we'll be getting to, and it seems like it will be really good because you get like a 3 mana discount on this. But yeah, effectively, you get a free 1 to 4 mana value like cost spell, and then you draw a 1 to 4 mana value cost spell. It is very nice that the phrasing says you get to choose between the two, because this means you can choose the more expensive one to cast for free. So like, say you hit like I don't know a Consider, and you hit trying to think of 4 mana cost spells, a Shieldred. You hit a Consider and a Shieldred. You can cast the Shieldred for free and keep the Consider. So in that regard, I think that makes it a lot stronger than it might particularly read, or like just thinking about it a little bit more. And then I like that it's like a callback to Cascade. And then I also like this card that it like replaces itself in your hand, and you also get a free spell. So it's like draw a card, play a 4 mana spell or something. Um, though I think the defense counter 7 makes this card super hard to flip. The backside though is Awaken the Maelstrom. Maelstrom or Awaken the Maelstrom is all colors. Target player draws 2 cards. You may put an artifact card from your hand on the battlefield, create a token that's a copy of a permanent you control, distribute 3+1/+1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 creatures you control, destroy permanent opponent controls. So you just get this hyper value backside that's basically draw cards, you get a free artifact onto the battlefield, copy something you own, and get 3+1/+1 counters, and then remove something. So that's pretty cool. 7 is really hard to flip though. But yeah, I do think this card becomes a lot better with Elish Norn or Omnath. Elish Norn will double up the triggers, so you get like 2 free spells. Oops, I clicked on the wrong battle. You get 2 free spells, and then you get 2 cards in hand. So this card seems really good with Elish Norn. And then Omnath, also just a good one to play with Omnath, because Omnath wants you to have done a ton of pips in the card cost. I will give that hint. We'll get to Omnath here shortly. And so this card has a bunch of pips in its mana cost, and so you can get that discount that Omnath gives you. So yeah, you can cast it for 2 mana if that happens. Anyways, Invasion of Archetypes. Oh wait, yeah, I forgot to give the rating. I think it's a 3 out of 5 for like the playability. It's pretty good, but I don't know if it's like actually that competitive. I think it depends on how it plays and what other spells you play with this, because you're going to be getting free spells. So it really depends on what other spells you're playing with this, or what other spells fit in the deck, I think, to some degree. But yeah, and then in terms of how interested I am in playing it, I want to play this card so bad. I gave it a 5 out of 5. Um, just like I can't wait to try and do this with Elish Norn. I will make it happen. I guarantee. That is one of my goals when the set comes out. But yeah, Invasion of Archevios. So this is 5 mana, 7 loyalty siege. The front side basically says tutor an instant or sorcery, and you can look in your sideboard or your graveyard, as well as your library. It is super expensive for a tutor, but it could be like a combo setup card. And then the backside Backside just duplicates your instant sorcery spells. So yeah. For this, I just gave it a 2 out of 5 in terms of playability. Like, it's just so expensive and it's a tutor. It doesn't seem very standardy. Maybe you can force it to find something really good. And then I gave it a 2 out of 5 for how interested I am playing it. Tutoring and like getting double up spells does sound fun though. Hold on. Let me move these things so they're closer together. All right. Invasion of Fiora. This is 6 mana, and then it's a sweeper, basically. You can sweeper all non-legendary creatures or all legendary creatures. This seems nice for black because they have no sweepers right now, or no really playable sweepers. They do have like drag down, but that's not like a mono black card. Um, though this one is pretty expensive to sweeper, so the real key part for this card though is it could be a one-sided sweeper if you're playing all legendaries or something. Though I think it is important to note that it has 4 defense and it like sweepers the board, or it could like potentially be a one-sided sweeper and it has low defense, so it can be pretty easy to flip, uh, which is a bit spooky because the backside you get Marchesa Resolute Monarch. Marchesa. Okay, I mispronounced that, I think. Anyways, Marchesa is a beast. She's 3/6 Menace Death Touch, and then whenever she attacks, remove all counters from one target permanent. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you haven't been dealt damage or combat damage since your last turn, draw a card and you lose 1 life. So you get this like pseudo like monarch effect is that last part. You just get to draw extra cards. Um, it's important to note though, like that remove all counters, you can just destroy your opponent's planeswalkers by attacking in, or you can flip your other battles by just removing all the counters from them, which is interesting. Uh, and then yeah, you get this extra card draw, which is good. So I think this card is actually pretty good. It's just so expensive, but the backside, if you can flip it, the backside turns it into super value. All things considered, I gave this a 3 out of 5. I think it is I think it's interesting, and I think it's pretty strong, but I'm hesitant about the mana cost. And then in terms of my playability, I said, or my interest in it, I gave it a 2 out of 5. I think it's interesting, but it's ultimately a sweeper. And then we have Invasion of Gobakhan. 2 mana, white. It's basically 2 mana to tax something your opponent has in their hand for 2 mana. It's very similar to like Elite Spellbinder, but it doesn't have a body. Um, and then it's also yeah cheaper. But it reminds me a bit of like Soul Partition in Standard, which exiles something and your opponent has to pay 2 more to cast it again. I think the something important to consider with this card though is you do get to see your opponent's hand, and you know knowledge is power, and you can try and like play around their hand. But I think this card might have more like a home in like a mono white soldier's brew to like pick up sweepers your opponent has or stop large blockers the opponent has from coming down. Uh, I also think this card can work pretty well in any like low to the ground deck. 3 defense counters is like pretty easy to flip, which makes uh like the backside seem pretty worthwhile. The backside of it is at the beginning end step, put a +1 counter on each creature that attack this turn. Sacrifice Light Shield Array. Creatures you control gain hexproof and indestructible until the end of turn. So the backside seems actually quite worth because you get this kind of like one-shot like heroic intervention that you can sacrifice and trigger anytime, and then you just get like these buffs as well. So like you get protection and like buffs for your creatures if you flip it, which seems pretty darn good. Um, and then like I think it's interesting because maybe it enables like a bunch of +1 counter synergies. And then this card seems like it would also be really good in like an Angels deck, since you can kind of like guaranteed flip it, since taking turn 2 off is maybe a bit weird for any like low to the ground deck. Though uh, I do think that this card is probably maybe not the best to play directly on curve. You play this like turn 3 or you play this maybe like a turn later too, uh, just so that like you actually have creatures on the battlefield so you can attack into this and flip. Because you play this like earlier, then your opponent might be like prioritizing playing out a creature, or maybe you can just snipe the creature that the opponent might want to be playing. Like maybe they have a slow hand, you snipe off their one creature that they could play to block, and then you can flip this pretty easy. I think all things considered, I think this card is actually quite strong. The protection on the back and the ability to give hexproof, or yeah, the hexproof and indestructible protection, as well as the +1 counters, I think makes this thing pretty worthwhile to flip. It's pretty strong. The front side's good. So I give it a 4 out of 5 in terms of playability, and then I give it a 3 out of 5 in terms of how interested I am in playing. I think it's interesting, and I definitely will try it out, I think. All right, Invasion of Ikoria. This card, you pay X and 2 green, and then you can tutor up from your library or your graveyard a non-human creature card with mana value X or less and put it onto the battlefield. If you do, so you like shuffle your library. I think this card seems really fun because you get to instantly put like a creature onto the battlefield, but I'm not sure what you're going to be tutoring for like reasonably in standard. Like, can't really tutor up Atraxa, that's going to be 9 mana. Like Shield Druid seems like more reasonable because Shield Druid's 4 mana. You pay 6 mana, you find your Shield Druid, put it onto the battlefield. And then like for me, this card, I don't know if there's like good enough ramp in standard for this to be like core part of any sort of deck. It can find like combo creatures, so like maybe you find Rada Drobic, or like the Scheming Fence combo with Haloed Fountain that we demonstrated on the channel. Maybe this will help you find like a creature that way. Or like the Deathbloom, like Ritualist Tyvar combo that we also demonstrated. Maybe you can search up like those sort of relevant creatures with this. But yeah, I struggle to see exactly how this is gonna be played. Because it's like 2 mana extra to find a creature is just pretty expensive. But yeah, for all that, I would say it's a 2 out of 5 in terms of playability. Definitely like you could probably try and play it. I just don't know if it's really like good value. Like draw into too many of these instead of actual creature. You prefer to just draw into the creature is the thing because you're paying a 2 mana tax. And then in terms of how interested I am in it, I gave it a 4 out of 5. Do want to try and just like tutor up Shieldred or something. I don't know. But yeah. Oh, and then the backside. The backside, if you flip it, it's just an 8/8 that makes it so your creatures don't effectively don't get blocked. So I do think it's like just a game winner if you do flip it, but it is how much loyalty, or not loyalty, defense counters is 6, so it's a bit hard to flip. But I think it's interesting. All right, Invasion of Ixalan. This is 2 mana, and then you look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a permanent card from among them and put them into your hand. So this to me seems like kind of like green card draw, I guess. It's like a 2 mana green cantrip sort of thing. You get to choose from the top 5, which is a pretty deep dig, and I feel like this might be actually kind of decent in green because you kind of need to just curve out creatures relatively well. But in the sense that you're paying to draw a card, that seems kind of dumb. I don't know. It is important. Card draw is always important. So, and then the backside of it seems like it's an okay return on investment because you attack in for 4 because it has 4 defense, and then you get this 4/3 with trample, and they can gain indestructible when you cast spells. So you get this decent attack or decent body. All that considered, I gave it a 3 out of 5 in terms of playability. Like, okay, it's maybe you can try it out, but I definitely don't think it's like pretty amazing or something. And definitely we'll see play. I gave it a 5 out of 5 though in terms of my interest in it. I do want to try it out and just because do enjoy mono green, but mono green in standard right now is a bit rough to play. So you kind of just get removaled out, or you kind of just gotta be kind of aggro, but it's an interesting experience. All right, Invasion of Kaldheim. This is 4 mana, and you exile the cards from your hand and then draw that many until your next turn. You may play cards exiled this way. So you get a new hand for 4, but you keep your old hand until your next turn, basically. I'm just confused what exactly deck wants this. Like the backside of this though is pretty interesting, I will say. Let's go ahead. Flip. You get Pyre of the World Tree, which says discard a land, deals 2 damage to any target. Whenever you discard a land card, it's important to note it says whenever you discard a land card, so this isn't even like specifically uh, when you use the Power of World Tree's ability. This could be triggered by other things. But yeah, whenever you discard a land card, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. So the backside puts like extra lands to use and gives you even more card advantage, which is cool. This card, I don't know. I don't know why I it feels kind of teamery to me. Like it feels like it would go with like Borborgamos and Fibblethip, which is like draw a card and then you can discard a land and do damage. So it feels like it would go well with that, and maybe like Contagious Vorak, which can put a land in your hand and stuff like that. Um, the card design, like overall, I think it seems really, really cool, but I don't know where it's gonna fit. Like I don't see you're supposed to play this in standard right now, and for that reason, I can't really say that it's like whether or not it's gonna be like a decent card. I gave it a 2 out of 5 in terms of playability, and then 3 out of 5 in terms of how interested I am in playing it. All right, Invasion of Karsus or Karsus. 4 mana, 4 defense. I keep saying loyalty. Enter the battlefield. It deals 3 damage to each creature in Planeswalker. So it's a sweeper, but it's kind of costly because it's 4 mana. You have Brotherhood's End, which is like competing with, which is 3 mana. The backside, you get Refraction Elemental, a 4/4, ward 2, pay 2 life, and then whenever you cast a spell, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. So it's a costly sweeper, but it is important to note the sweeper hits Planeswalkers. But it seems like it really needs like this backside to seem good, because like 4 mana for a sweeper, uh, why would you play that if you're not planning to get, or like why would you play that over Brotherhood's End? The backside though, it's 4 defense. The backside is somewhat achievable, I think. And then you get a bunch of damage off of like this Refraction Elemental. So do you think uh, it's a little bit iffy to waste 4 damage towards this battle that might just turn into a creature that dies? Uh, I just feel like it's kind of costly. So I gave it a 2 out of 5 in terms of playability, and then a 2 out of 5 for how interested I am in playing it. Invasion of Segovia, 3 mana. You get 2/1/1s with trample for 3 basically, and then this seems like it's designed to enable Convoke. Um, Though I have to say, like, it's hard for me to rate this because, like, I don't know how good the Convoke cards will turn out to be in Standard, and I feel like you kind of need this back. Uh, yeah, it turns out it depends on how good Convoke cards will turn out, and then it is important to note though, like the backside of it does enable. Dang it! Oh no! All right, the backside. There we go. The backside says non-creature spells you cast have Convoke, and the beginning of unstep untap 4 creatures. So like it it's a bit of a lie for me to say that it depends on how good Convoke is, because the backside it gives you Convoke. So like you can just cast your normal spells. Um Though in that case you do need the back for it to see value. And the thing for this is like blue doesn't have anything particularly good for fighting battles, and this one is how much loyalty? 4 loyalty, so like you need some creature to actually hit this, and I feel like blue doesn't have like a ton that you're gonna be hitting this with. Like red has burn spells, black has counter removal. Um, but yeah, this is also important to note though, like uh blue blue does also have proliferate as well as black, which is very interesting to see how it will work out in this new set, because proliferate works against battles, so you could like proliferate your opponent's battles. So that seems like a very interesting kind of flavor win, in the sense that these battles are supposed to be like people fighting back against the Phyrexians, and the Phyrexians can proliferate the battles to make them worse. Um, And then these proliferate spells will also technically help with the incubate tokens, growing them all, so that is also something interesting to note. But yeah, Invasion of Segovia, uh, it depends on like what spells you're casting and Convoke. And I don't know, 2 mana for 2/1/1 seems kind of weird. So I gave it a 2 out of 5 in terms of playability and a 2 out of 5 in terms of my interest. Invasion of Theros. So Invasion of Theros, when it enters the battlefield, 3 mana, search for an aura god or demigod god card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. This just doesn't seem standard oriented. It's a tutor. There's not many auras in standard, and none of them seem particularly worth searching for. But finding a god might be nice because we get Heliod, Asika, and Hazaret are all appearing in Mom. Maybe like this is good if you're playing like a super Hazaret focused deck, which like Hazaret is like the Boros legend that we ran into. Where are you, Hazaret? Yeah, Jeru and Hazaret. So it fits in Jeru and Hazaret because of it's also like white, so that is potentially interesting. But yeah, and then the backside of it, though, it's a 4/4 legendary enchantment god. Has a lifelink, indestructible as long as you control 3 other enchantments. When another enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card. The backside seems really like good in an enchantment deck, but I don't know exactly how you plan. I guess the front side you could search for like ossification. So like 3 mana to find ossification to remove your opponent's things, because ossification I believe is an aura. Um, but yeah, in terms of all this, I think this card is kind of unplayable. Maybe it's better than I think. But yeah, I gave it a 1 out of 5. And then I gave it a 1 out of 5 in terms of how interested I am in playing it. Alright, our last rare battle, Invasion of Tolvada. Tolvada, 5 mana, 5 loyalty. When it enters the battlefield, return target non-battle permanent from your graveyard to the battlefield. So reanimate any non-battle. I think this card is actually like super good because it's 5 mana flexible reanimation, which is very similar to Invoke Justice, which sees play in white oriented reanimator decks. However, Invoke Justice also gets the advantage of putting on 4+1/+1 counters. This card seems strictly better than Repair and Recharge, which only reanimates artifacts and enchantments, as well as planeswalkers. Uh, but like it's 5 mana to reanimate anything, so it hits the same things. It also seems better, or Invasion of Tolvada also seems better than like the black sorcery based like creature reanimation options because they can only target creatures. However, I'm not sure it's actually better than like Cruelty of Gix, the enchantment black like saga thing for 5, because that can also like make opponents discard creature or planeswalkers from their hand, search your library for like a card and lose 3 life, and then it reanimates only creatures. So I'm not entirely sure it's better than that because there's other upsides with the Cruelty of Gix. But yeah, the backside of it though, the backside of the Invasion of Tolvada seems like a turbocharged wedding announcement that because it produces flyers and then it buffs your team's power and then it gives you creatures lifelink. So like if you flip this card seems pretty game ending, because just you're gonna get so much value and they're flyers, so they're easy to connect with. I think if you reanimate Atraxa with this, you can like flip it next turn, uh, assuming the opponent doesn't have like a flyer to block because it's 5 loyalty. Reanimate Atraxa, you get a bunch of value off of Atraxa. You can maybe use those cards that you drew to remove any blockers. You flip this, and then you get these like just non-stop pouring out like creatures that are going to be a problem for your opponent. So in that regard, I think it's really good as well. So overall, this card I gave it a 4 out of 5. I just think it's pretty darn good. And then I give it a 5 out of 5 in terms of how interested I am playing it. I love some Reanimator shenanigans. All right, we get to stay on this page a little longer because we're not going back and forth for battles. Knight Errant of Eos. So this is 5 mana, Convoke, 4/4. And then enter the battlefield, look at top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal up to two creature cards with mana value X or less from among them, where X is the number of creatures that convoke Knight Errant of Eos. Put the real cards into your hand and then shuffle. So this is a knight, which is relevant. I also is a human. But yeah, it's a knight which finds you more knights, which seems pretty good. And then it seems like you want to convoke with at least two creatures, so you can find at least like one other creature. It's important to know how it's phrased. So if you like convoke, say you convoke three, you can still go ahead and find two 3-drops from the top six, which is pretty good. Because I originally thought it was phrased like total mana value X or less. It's not phrased that way. Each card individually has to be X or less, not the overall. So you can find two creatures with mana value 3 or less if you convoke three. Convoking two seems like the bare minimum that you're going to want to do with it. And if you do convoke two, it becomes a 3-mana 4/4 that draws a card, which seems pretty awesome value. I could also draw you two cards depending on if you find two mana value creatures in the top six. That just seems a little unlikely. That's why I say draws a card. But yeah, this card, I think it's just a good knight for like night travel. Maybe humans also want this. So I gave it a 4 out of 5 in terms of playability, and then a 3 out of 5 in terms of my interest in playing it. Kogla and Yadaro. So we got 6 mana. I think this card is a super cool, like big Gruul Stompy card. When it enters the battlefield, it can choose to go as like removal, because you can fight target creature you don't control, or it can go as like just a big beater, giving it trample and haste. I really like haste here because if the opponent like taps out and they don't have like removal to cast, like at instant speed, that means you can just get in and damage still. Though trample is also like important to note here because then it can't even get chumped either. Your opponent's not gonna be able to just like, oh, you surprised me with Kogla and Yadaro, I guess I'll just toss my like tenacious underdog in front of it or something. They actually have to make multiple blocks. And then I think lastly, like the 4 mana, discard Kogla and Yadaro, destroy one target artifact or enchantment, shuffle Kogla and Yadaro into your library from your graveyard, and then draw a card. I think this is a super cool ability because there's quite a few artifacts and enchantments running around, so you get to, your creature can also be like, your expensive creature that you don't want to cast yet can turn into removal, and then it also like draws you a card as an upside. The insane flexibility of this card just makes me happy, but I'm not quite sure it's like competitive enough since like 4 mana to destroy something is a little bit expensive. I don't know. But it like you get to draw a card, so I still think it's quite good. And then if you want to like have like Godzilla and King Kong fighting by your side, Kogla and Yodaro are sort of supposed to represent that, which is funny. So I give it a 4 out of 5 in terms of playability. I think it's pretty strong in the flexibility department, or like it's pretty good card looking at it. And then I gave it a 5 out of 5 in terms of how interested I am in playing it. Nahiri's Warcrafting. So this is a 3 mana sorcery that says deals 5 damage to target creature, planeswalker, or battle. Look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the excess damage dealt this way. You may exile one of those cards, put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You may play the exiled card this turn. So this is very flexible. You can hit creatures, planeswalkers, or battles. The thing is, it's a sorcery. Sorcery, 3 mana for 5 damage. So you can, and then also the exile effect says like you may exile one of those cards and then you may play this exiled card this turn. So it's only that turn that you cast it, which isn't a lot of time because you spend 3 mana on Nahiri's Warcrafting. However, it is important to note it does say play. So this means that you can just like cast this, you do excess damage, you find a land, and then you choose that land and you play that land for your turn, which seems like pretty good. Kind of like a expressive iteration. You just find a land, you play the land. That's all right. Um, in that regard, I think this card's pretty good. You can use it to flip battles, cool, just all that stuff. Um, so I gave it 3 out of 5. I think it's like doable removal with upside. Um, and yeah, and I give it a 3 out of 5 in terms of how interest I am playing with it. I think the ability to like find lands with it, like sort of redeems it, which is interesting. All right, Omnath Locus of All. I'm super interested in this card. I am kind of sad though to see Omnath got completed. Hopefully they'll come back and in the aftermath set we'll see like a non-completed Omnath with all 5 colors or something. I don't know. But basically this card, if you want to use the Phyrexian mana for the black, becomes a 4 mana 4/4, which is pretty good. And then we're gonna go over the second ability first. Second ability basically says every turn you draw an extra card. Technically, it says put a card into your hand. But if that card has 3 mana pips in it, you can reveal it. So, like, for instance, like Plukranos Reborn, 3 green pips. You can reveal it, and then you add or you generate like 3 mana in any combination of that card's colors. So, like, this turns that 5 mana spell that you drew into a 2 mana spell, which is pretty bonkers. Um, if you can do this for a couple turns, you like surely will take over your opponent. Now, getting back to the first ability, you might be playing a bunch of expensive cards with this. And if you're going to be doing that, the first ability becomes a lot more relevant because it says if you lose unspent mana, that mana becomes black instead. So this means you can like tap your lands and store up mana between turns. So you just constantly can have black mana floating, which is cool. Um, yeah, I think this first ability will be much more relevant if you're playing a bunch of 3+ drops because you want to play anything that's 3 drop or above most likely, or you're going to be inclined to play like 3 drops and above because then you can get that free mana off of Omnath. So I do think that makes the first ability more relevant, so you can actually take advantage of the second ability more actively. Now, I don't think this card is gonna like break the format, sort of like Shieldred or something like that, because all it does is like draw cards, whereas Shieldred's ability is like powerful because it directly punishes the opponent for playing, and then also like punishes them if they try and draw an answer to Shieldred. Where like Ana, it just draws cards that you have to cast to actually like punish your opponent. It also only works if like your spell is at least 3 mana because you need 3 colored pips. So I do think that this card will be like a bunch of fun. Drawing cards each turn is like valuable. Um, and then yeah, I do think it'll be like a ton of fun to maybe make like a 5 drop tribal deck with like Omnath and like Storm the Festival. Uh, there's a ton of cards that make this card makes cheaper, a ton, especially from this set because we had so many like the team up legends, like Borgamos and Fibblethip, Crocs and Kunaros, Gitrog Monster, Thalia and Gitrog Monster becomes 1 mana, and that card also seems really good with this deck because if you're going to be drawing 2 cards each turn, the ability to play extra lands might be relevant so that you can go ahead and dump those lands that you might be drawing. And then you have like Zimone and Dina becomes free, which is interesting. Zergo and Ojitai, if you reveal it off of this, becomes like 2 mana. It is important to note that like all these cards you have to reveal off the Omnath, but like Storm the Festival would be funny with it because then you can put these 5 drops that are also like in your library that you're hoping to reveal with Omnath onto the battlefield. Vorinclex would be. We already talked about Vorinclex with the Storm the Festival, but it doesn't technically work with Omnath because you need those 3 mana pips. But like Plukinus Reborn, you get for free. Yargle and Multani, you get for 3 mana. Tribute to the Wool Tree, you get for free. There's a bunch of cards. In Standard, this turns like Atraxa into 4 mana. Cultivator Colossus becomes 4 mana. Silverback Elder becomes 2 mana. Nissa becomes 4 mana. And then you have like the entire like invoke cycle has like 4 color pips. You also have like all the different leaders of the family, so like Jetmir, Rafine, Ziatora, Spara, Evelyn. You also have like the charms that we got in New Capenna. But there's a bunch of other spells. I wrote down a list here, but I'm not gonna bother reading through them exactly. Trying to see if there's any ones that seem particularly interesting. But yeah, Storm the Festival, technically, it has 3 green pips, so it would become 3 mana if you revealed it off Omnath, which is another reason why I mentioned Storm the Festival and Omnath would be super funny, because you can play 3 mana Storm the Festival, and you're inspired to like play all these expensive cards to fit with Omnath's second ability and first ability. So, but yeah, I think those are most of the relevant ones. I guess this also makes like Brilliant Restoration cheaper. Tamio, the Planeswalker, Luca and the Planeswalker become cheaper. But yeah. All right. For my rating for Omnath, I forgot that I had to give it a rating. I gave it a 4 out of 5. I think as a card, it seems pretty playable and like just pretty good because you just get value for it to sitting on the battlefield, which means it kind of becomes a sort of need to be answered threat. Sure, its body isn't like a 4/4 isn't amazing, but just like really good value. Always needs to be addressed. So I gave it a 4 out of 5, and I look forward to mess around with it. And so I gave it a 5 out of 5 in terms of how interested I am in playing it. I'm gonna take a quick sip of water here before we go into Orthonian, Orthian, Hero of Lava Brick, Lava Brink. My bad. All right. 4 mana, 3/3. This guy is like the king of copying because if you look at its very last ability, you go ahead, pay 9, create 5 tokens that are copies of another target creature you control. They gain haste, sacrifice them at the beginning of your next end step, and then the first ability is pay 2, create a token copy, and sack at the end step. It gains haste. So I don't think this card is any good besides maybe in like a Rada Drobic kind of combo deck where you're trying to copy Rada Drobic and a bunch of other legendaries and create like a bunch of token copies and like go off with Rada Drobic. This card just seems too expensive and too slow. Like you play it for 4, you have to wait a turn before you can even copy anything. Like Jaxus is a better card in Rada Drobic because you just like discard a card, you create a token copy of something, but you also get to draw a card at the end of your turn, so it's not really that much of a downside. And you can blitz that card in if you need haste. So I don't know. This card, it's a super hard sell for me. I give it a 1 out of 5 in terms of playability. I like 4 mana for a 3/3 isn't even good stats. So it is a soldier, I guess. Which yeah, I guess this would be funny in like a Boros Soldiers deck as like a terrifying game ender if you get to 9 mana. But yeah. And then I gave it a 2 out of 5 in terms of how interested I am playing with it. It's always fun to copy things, but yeah. Ozolith the Shattered Spire. This is 2 mana, and it's basically gives you extra +1/+1 counters. Exactly like Hardened Scales. But yeah, it's legendary and it's 2 mana. So if one or more +1/+1 counters would be put on any artifact or creature you control, that many +1 one more counter are put on it. Uh, it is nice though that it gets an ability that can enable itself. You get to put a +1 counter on target artifact or creature. It is also relevant that yeah, so you put a +1 counter, but technically you get 2 +1 counters. So 2 mana for 2 +1 counters on things. Interesting. And then it's very nice that you can cycle it because it is a legendary, like we've already said. So if you draw into another one, you can cycle it for like 2 mana and draw another one because you don't really want to cast it and legend rule it for no good reason. For me though, I think this card is depends on how strong +1/+1 counters are in standard. It also seems kind of slow to me. I don't know. So like in terms of cards, in standard with like +1/+1s that maybe this works well with is you have like Simian Simulacrum, Siege Veteran, Clay Champion, Kodama, Defiler of Vigor, Botanical Brawler is the new creature from the set, or the signpost uncommon for the set that works really well with +1/+1. So maybe that'll work. Hopeful Initiate and Homestead Courage seem like really cheap ones that would work well. Gala Greeters, Queen on Beast Caller, Fight Rigging, Invigorating Hot Springs, Jukin Defense Temple, a Johnny, or like the Planeswalker Johnny. We have Halana Elena, Thundering Raiju. To me, though, overall, I don't know if like counters are aggressively costed enough. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. It is important to note, though, that like Evolving Adaptive uses oil counters and grows based off of them, so it doesn't work with this Oslo. I've seen a ton of people making that mistake. Evolving Adaptive, the 1 mana green thing that grows, it is oil counters, so it doesn't work with this. Overall, I think it's really good for like +1/+1s. It's not like terrible effect. So I gave it a 3 out of 5. And then for playability, and I gave it a 3 out of 5 for how interested I am in it. Pile on. So this is 4 mana, Convoke, destroy target creature, Planeswalker, Surveil 2. So it's removal that could be free, which is cool. Or it's 4 mana removal, which is much less cool. You do get a bonus that you Surveil 2, which means that you can like set up the top of your library or put things from the top of your library into the graveyard. But I don't think this card really beats out Go for the Throat because the amount of time that it's going to be 3 or 4 mana removal, because like you have to tap down 2 creatures to be Go for the Throat. And I don't know, I guess I don't know. The Surveil 2 is like an upside, but I don't know if it seems like enough to like make up for just not being able to remove things when you want to, or like when you could with other spells, just is dangerous. So for that reason, I gave it a 3 out of 5. I think it's pretty good. Maybe I'll be wrong, and this Convoke plays out a lot better. I'm just trying to think of. I guess there's a fair amount of times you have 2 creatures on the battlefield, and you're sitting around. But at the same time, if you have no creatures on the battlefield, it just feels bad. It feels bad. I don't know if I care about the Surveil 2 if I'm paying 4 mana to remove something. That taxes out my entire turn. So yeah. And then I gave it a 2 out of 5 for how playable I think. So yeah, 3 out of 5 for playability, 2 out of 5 for how interested I am in playing it. Pelucranos Reborn. Alright, this is 3 mana for a 4/5 with a reach, and then you can pay 6 and a Phyrexian to transform it. So I think this card is super aggressively statted, and I think this card will see play in green, because green seems kind of lacking earlier on in the curve. And I think, as I mentioned before, reach is quite relevant with some flyers being printed in the set. Let's go ahead and these are all the flyers from Marks and Machines. I do like some of these are like cons and everything, so it does depend on playability, but there are quite a few players or flyers, so that seems relevant. And we already mentioned this with like Vorinclex, but yeah. And then the backside, if you pay 6 mana, and say you're playing mono green, you pay 6 mana, 2 life, you get a 6/6 with a reach and lifelink. So I think the backside is like an awesome payoff and a like great late game payoff for green. So yeah, this card just seems like great early and late game, and then it's super fun. I guess the biggest part of the backside is when it or another non-token Hydra you control dies, create a 3/3 green-white Phyrexian Hydra creature token with reach, and a 3/3 green-white Phyrexian Hydra creature token with lifelink. So basically becomes a standard warm coiled engine with reach and lifelink. So it dies and you get 2 more creatures with some upside. So I think the backside is really good late game and the front side is pretty good early. I do think this card will be interesting to play with. Like there is only Shivan Devastator, I think, is like one of the other Hydras in Standard, the X mana red Hydra. But I do think it will be funny to try and play it with Pelucranos because you can just cast that for 1 red and create 2/3/3s, which would be funny. But yeah, the problem with this card, I'll say, is that the back of it gets countered by exile removal. So you don't, it says when it dies, so you don't get these 3/3s if it gets exiled, and there's a bunch of exile removal, and particularly Lay Down Arms is going to like demolish this card. Thing about Lay Down Arms is like 1 mana, opponent gains 3 life and exile target creature they control with mana value less than the number of planes you control. Well, this mana value is always going to be 3. So they just, as long as they have 3 planes, they can remove this Polyurkinos, which, and you don't even get the tokens, which seems like a great pain. The front art for it though, I really do like. So I gave this a 4 out of 5 in terms of playability. I think this is just like aggressively static creature for green, which is actually quite good. And then I give it a 5 out of 5 for play or how interested I am in playing it. 'Cause yeah, I do really want to try and get to that backside, see it split, and just make use of it in green. Progenitor Exarch. Ex Arc- I can't be bothered with the pronunciation. Anyways, XX and a white. It's a 1/2. When it enters the battlefield, incubate 3 X times. So and then you can tap it to transform incubator token you control. So at 3 mana, it's a 1/2, and you get like a 3/3, and that you have to pay 2 more for. So like, okay, hmm. At 5 mana, you get a 1/2 and 2 3/3s, which you have to pay 4 more to flip each, or like you have to pay 2 more for each of them to flip, so 4 total. It just doesn't sound like great value, though you do get the you do get the ability to flip the incubates, which is cool and maybe relevant, but it's like you can only flip 1 each turn, so that feels really slow. And then you can't flip it the turn it comes down, or can't flip it like a incubate token the turn it comes down because it's summoning sickness. So in that regard, like maybe this card is much better when you have like things that can flip your incubate tokens. Like the backside of Alish Norn flips incubate tokens, and the Glissa flips incubate tokens. Or flips all incubate tokens. So maybe in those situations, but it just feels too slow because you're paying 5 mana for like a 1/2, and then you have to like do things to flip these other 3/3s, or like to produce these other 3/3s that you paid for already. So for that reason, I gave it a 2 out of 5. It's just, I don't know, it doesn't seem like great value. And then I gave it a 1 out of 5 in terms of how interested I am in playing it. I don't know. It seems so slow and just not quite the right values. So all right, Quintorius Lore Master, 5 mana, 3/5 Vigilance. And I will go ahead and say I think this card could fit in like a Jeskai Spellslinger thing that we've been talking about. Again, it is important to note that it's a 3/5 for 5 with Vigilance. At the beginning of your end step, exile target non-creature, non-land card from your graveyard, and create a 3/2 red-white spirit creature token. So 3/2s are pretty large, and you get 1 each end step at the beginning of your end step. Um, so your first turn, you get the 3/5 Quintorius Lore Master, the dope elephant, and then you also get a 3/2 spirit, assuming that you have like a card in your graveyard, or a suitable card in your graveyard. So 3/5 and a 3/2 is pretty good. And then the second ability, you can pay 3, sacrifice a spirit, choose target card exiled with Quintorius. You may cast that card this turn without paying its mana cost. If that spell will be put into a graveyard, put it onto the bottom of its owner's library. So this gives your spells like recursion, which is super cool. And it's also important to note that it works with enchantments, artifacts, and planeswalkers. It says non-creature, non-land. So you could technically like pay 3 mana, or like you exile like a portal from your graveyard, you get the 3/3 spirit, you pay 3 mana, you sacrifice the spirit, and then you get to cast that portal for free. So that seems pretty cool. Um, all things considered, I think this card is pretty strong just because if you play this like in a Spellslinger deck, you just get 3/2s each turn, and that's pretty gross. So I give it a 4 out of 5 in terms of playability. Also has like potential in some sort of reanimated deck. Important though, you can't reanimate creatures. And in terms of how interested I'm in playing it, I give it a 4 out of 5 because I think it's super cool. Yeah, I just do think it'll be fun to try and reanimate with it, or just like create these menacing spirit tokens. Also, like these spirit tokens can help you cast Convoke things, which is important. Rampaging Raptor. This is 4 mana for a 4/4 with Trample and Haste. This is basically red Uvenwald Oddity. Well, I'm gonna switch this on because this one's kind of hard to hear over, I feel like. Anyways, 4/4 for 4 with Trample and Haste. So this is like a red Uvenwald Oddity, um, which is a card that did see some play. It is important though that it does have this ability though. When it deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to target Planeswalker or player, or target Planeswalker that player controls or battle that player protects. So it's kind of like a battle and Planeswalker slapper. And I think that makes this card intriguing. I'm not exactly sure though, like what battles in the red colors that you might be wanting to flip with this. Though I think the ability to also hit Planeswalkers makes this, well, similar to Questing Beast, which was like haste, also did like reflected damage onto Planeswalkers, I think, which is pretty good since that way you don't have to Defied Focus a way to hit like Wandering Emperors or like other commonly played Planeswalkers. In mono red though, I don't think this card beats out Thundering Raiju yet because that's like a 4/4 with haste and then it can throw around +1 counters and sends damage to face. I do like though that you can pay 3 to give it +2/+0 until end of turn so you can pump it. So this does make it like kind of a surprise like lethal late game top deck because you just like if you have 7 mana, it just surprise 6 damage haste, which is cool. And it's also another dino, which is kind of fun. Which means we might be able to actually go ahead and like revisit the standard dinos deck that we tried to make. That didn't quite work out that well. Though only 4 power means like 4 power here means that it won't necessarily flip a ton of battles immediately because a lot of battles have like 5 defense counters, it feels like. So, but all things considered, I gave this a 4 out of 5. Similar to like played cards before, and I don't know, I just like it. And then I gave it a 4 out of 5 in terms of how interested I am in it. All right, Rankle and Torbrand, 5 mana. So it's a 5 mana with 3/4 and a flying, first strike, and haste. It has some alright options whenever you deal combat damage to a player or battle. Um, I'm not super familiar with how Rankle, the one of the cards this team is like focused on, performed or played in standard. So I'm not sure like exactly how to rate this one, but I feel like 5 mana for like a 3/4 flying haste first strike. Yeah, those are some of those keywords are pretty good, but it just feels like a bit too expensive for its stats and effects. And like one important thing to note is like old Rankle had like card draw, which I think seems like a much stronger ability too. I don't know. Because you can choose to sacrifice a creature, or each player sacrifices a creature. Each player creates a treasure token. If a source would deal damage to a player on the battle this turn, or sorry, if a source would deal damage to a player or battle this turn, it deals that much damage +2. So that's like similar to Torbrand's thing. Important to note, it does have first strike, so if you attack in with this, then your other creatures, Rankle and Torbrand, are going to hit first, and then your other creatures get their pumped damage. Um, so yeah. Um, yeah, that all things considered, I gave this a 3 out of 5, and then I gave it a 2 out of 5 in terms of how interested I am in playing it. Realm Breaker, the Invasion Tree. This card, I will say, seems like a commander card, but it's also a super fun meme card because 3 mana, and then you can pay 2 mana, target opponent mills 3 cards, put a land card from their graveyard onto the battlefield tapped under your control. It gains if this land would leave the battlefield, exile it instead of putting it anywhere else. So yeah, you can basically like 2 mana repeatable ramp, and then you can pay 10 mana, sacrifice it, and then search your library for any number of Praetor cards and put them onto the battlefield. So like all like this is like similar to the old world tree, which would you could pay 10 mana, like double Wooburg, and search up all the gods in your library. This one Praetors because it's Phyrexian world tree, but Yeah, I don't think it's going to be like super playable in standard, so I gave it 2 out of 5. Maybe you can make use of this somehow in a mildly reasonable fashion. And then I give it a 4 out of 5 though in terms of interest because I think it'll be pretty fun to try and pull off or something. All right, Rona, Herald of Invasion. Oh wait, I didn't give this card ratings. All right, we'll make it up on the fly. So this card, first off, I'll say like the art is really cool, and then it's a 2 mana 1/3, so that's pretty decent like stats. Well, it's decent stats in the sense that like three toughness can block a lot of things, and then I like it's 2 mana 1/3 that can also loot. So like you draw a card and then discard a card, which seems like an amazing value for a creature like low on the curve because uh, you can then like fix your hand a bunch, but it's important that it says draw and then discard, which makes it even better than something like Fable's ability, which says discard and then draw, because you get to keep the best card between like the ones that you have. Um, I feel like this card, yeah, it works really well in Legends because whenever you cast a legendary spell, untap. Um, her flip side though is really spicy. Because she becomes basically a uh, for 5 mana and one like or two life. She becomes Obliterator, but a very fun Obliterator where you get free spells. And you can also importantly trigger her. You can damage her yourself and then get a free spell from your hand. So it says whenever a source deals damage to Rona, Tolarian Obliterator, that source's controller exiles a card from their hand at random. If it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield under your control. Otherwise, you may cast it without paying its mana cost. So yeah, you get free spells at random. If your opponent chooses to damage this, it's 5/5 with trample, so it's very similar to Obliterator. So the backside's super fun. The front side though is just seems like really good value because you play this and then you can start like looting, which is always good. Like good in Reanimator, good in like, and it's repeatable. So you can just do this out throughout the game if your opponent wastes or focus their removal on like bigger threats or bigger fish to fry. And then if like they keep going for bigger fish to fry, you can eventually transform this into something. So all that considered, I would say this card, I'd give it a 4 out of 5 for playability. Maybe that's a bit aggressive, but I do think just like looting and then like you can play this in Azorius Reanimator maybe. But yeah, and then in terms of how interested I am in this card, I would also give it a 4 out of 5. Definitely want to try messing around with it, but I'm not super obsessed with trying to get the Obliterator side. Would be fun though. All right, next up, Sea Double. This is 4 mana. The spell can't be copied. It's important because, well, it would probably turn into an insane and annoying infinite combo thing. But it does say that instant for 4 mana, choose one. If your opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, you may choose both. So you get some upside if you build your opponent a little. But you get to copy target spell. You may choose new targets for the copy, and then you can also choose to create a token that's a copy of target creature. So it's important that you can copy any spell or any creature. So remember that spell in this case is any card the opponent or you casts, not just instant or sorceries. So this sounds like a lot of fun and kind of powerful if your opponent goes to like play Atraxa or Portal to Phyrexia or Shieldred. You can just pay 4 mana and get your own copy of it. Um, and then, or if your opponent has already like resolved Atraxa or like has a Drac or played like Shieldred last turn, you can go ahead and like untap and then cast this and create a token copy of that creature, and you get that value for yourself as well. I really want to play this with like Mondrak, which says you get like double the number of tokens, because then that'd be really funny. You can like get double the token copy of like whatever creature they have. Um, I think the fact that you can copy your opponent's stuff too is very nice because this costs 4 mana. So it'd be hard to like cast this and then cast like a Traxa following it up because well you need like 11 mana. And I think this could get like The upside that you can potentially hit both of these is like fun, but it's kind of unlikely without like a bit of mill. Um, Maybe like the most competitive like way to play this would be like Haughty Jin, but I you won't see me playing that. Though I do overall, I think this card's like a 3 out of 5. There's like just copy the attracts, copy the shield druid, or like copy whatever spell they're playing, or it's a 4 mana counter spell if your opponent goes to counter something. Um, so yeah, I think it's all right. And in terms of how interested I am to play with it, I gave it a 5 out of 5 because I think it'll be a ton of fun. Next up, Sunfall. Sunfall is 5 mana sweeper, or Wrath that exiles. I'm kind of annoyed because it exiles, and it feels like everything has or there's so much exile right now. I don't know if his card will be like good enough right now to beat out Depopulate and Farewell because Depopulate's 4 mana for a sweeper, which is like super relevant when you're trying to use like sweepers against aggro decks. Like that one turn earlier can be like the thing between life and death. Though I do think one thing White Sun's Twilight has taught me is that like a sweeper with a body or that can produce bodies is gross. This is definitely less like offensive or like annoying or like broken compared to like White Sun's Twilight, because you don't get all these like separate creatures that are also toxic, so they can just like one shot you. Um, but I think this one's still dangerous because like if you see somebody play like Sunfall and there's 5 creatures, um, and they have like extra mana up, they can also flip that 5/5, and then uh, like yeah, they sweep her on their turn. They wait until your end step to flip that incubant token into their 5/5, and then next turn they smash you in the face for 5 damage. That's kind of scary. So I think this card is good, and I think the art is pretty awesome. It is just a question of like, does it have a spot right now, or like does it outcompete current cards available? Overall, I gave it a 4 out of 5. Really good. Um, and then I gave it a 2 out of 5 for how interested I am to play it. Suruk and Goreclaw, or Suruk and Goreclaw. So 6 mana for a 6/5 with trample, or it gives everything trample. And then it seems like a decent green finisher because it can allow your big bodies to trample through. So like for instance, Polukranos, we already talked about at 4/5, doesn't have trample. Or when it flips into 6/6, it doesn't have trample. So this can give your creatures trample. And it is also cool that whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, you get a +1/+1 counter on it, which could work with +1 counter synergies. And that creature gains haste until end of turn. So you can just hasten your creatures, which is cool. 6 mana is a lot though. I think in green you might be wanting to play other finishers, like for instance Nissa, the Planeswalker. You play like Nissa for 6 mana. You take 2 life. You tick it up. You get a 7/7, and then next turn, you end the game. You just straight up end the game because you probably have a fair number of like forests, and then you -7, you get everything gets like plus the number of forests you or +1/+1 for the number of forests you have, and like trample. Um, so like Nissa seems like a better green game ender, though Nissa demands that you have mostly a green deck because it has 4 green pips, and then you get +1/+1 for the number of forests you have. And so like if you're gonna play multicolor, you're probably playing non-forest cards or non-forest lands. So this card might actually be a better like game ender for multicolored and like modified decks, which is relevant. Sorry. Um, but yeah, all things considered, I gave this a 3 out of 5. I think it's pretty good or all right, for those situations, and I gave it a 2 out of 5 for how interested I am in playing it. I'm taking another drink of water. So much talking. All right, Terror of Talashi. 4 mana, 4/3, Death Touch. So 4 mana, 4/3, Death Touch, and then whenever it attacks, you may pay 4 mana and then reanimate a creature. Basically, it becomes a Phyrexian. This card is interesting. The body is nice, or is pretty nice. And then it needs to survive a turn though to reanimate, which is relevant, because it seems kind of unlikely in like current standards. But if it does happen, it's pretty good. And then also the flavor text is pretty badass. Like Takumi knew where all the bodies were buried. After all, he buried most of them himself. Uh, well, I kind of paraphrased, I guess, but you get the idea. Anyways, for playability, I give this a 3 out of 5. Yeah, it could do things. It's a body, or a decent body, and it can reanimate. Not crazy though. It's definitely not as good as like Archpriest of the Shadows or the Croxton Kunaros. Uh, and then in terms of how interested I am in playing it, I give it a 2 out of 5. I think it's kind of interesting, but all right. Next up, we're almost done the rares, and then we can move on to the uncommons, which should be a little bit faster. Transcendent Message. It's X and 4 blue, convoke, draw X cards. This is 5 mana, draw 1 card. That makes me laugh. It's a commander card. Don't play this in standard. I don't think you can play this in standard. If you create a bunch of tokens, maybe. That's that card. 1 out of 1, or 1 out of 5, and 1 out of 5. That's that. Tribute to the World Tree, 3 green. So 3 green means it's going to be pretty hard to cast in like 3 color decks. Maybe you can get away with the 2 color decks. Um, but it is cool that whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card if its power is 3 or greater, otherwise put 2/1 counters on it. So this means it buffs creatures smaller than 3 threes, or sorry, buffs creatures smaller than 3 power with 2/1/1 counters. So if you play like a 2/2, it becomes a 4/4. Cool. And then if that creature is power 3 or greater, you get to draw a card. It's important though to notice that it doesn't say like non-token creature. It just says whenever a creature, which is strong, and it doesn't say once a turn, which also makes this really strong. Um, Decks that might want this, you have like Slesny Enchantments, which maybe you play this in. It is like a pretty decent enchantment. As well as like +1/+1 counter synergy decks might want this. I think the card is super cool with like Awaken the Woods, which creates X 1/1 like Forest Dryad creature or land tokens um, for like accent and green green. So and with that, that makes it instead of making a bunch of just like 1/1s, you can instead make a bunch of 3/3s, which gets pretty crazy. This card also seems kind of in fun with the Invoke the Ancients. That is the green Invoke from Kamigawa, which creates 2/4/5s, which you can give like extra abilities. You can give 1 Reach, 1 Vigilance, or Trample. You get to choose. And then, but that card works really fun with this because you play that and then you get to draw 2 because you get these 2 creatures that are both 3 power or greater. So overall, this card's upside is insane. Like, it can allow decks with green to kind of quote unquote like combo off by playing a creature card, drawing a card that is hopefully a creature. You play that creature, you draw into another creature, and then you play that creature. It can lead to some explosive turns. Think of like Augur of Autumn playing off the top of the library, or just like similar to decks like that. So this can lead to some explosive turns. The real problem with this card, though, is Invoke Despair. This card needs to stick around to be worth it, and Invoke Despair makes you discard or sacrifice an enchantment. Um, so yeah, you need this card to stick around, and the other thing is you probably want to be drawing cards a lot of the time for this card, I would think. I don't know. You can get away with the +1/+1 counters, but the drawing cards is always like super strong. So maybe you're gonna be playing some like more expensive creatures to enable that, but yeah, Invoke Despair makes me worried about this card. Additionally, last but not least, like green is just not a good color in standard right now. So I'm not sure this card like alone will be enough to change that. Maybe like it plus Doomscar Warrior and like Plukranos Reborn will also like help, but I'm not sure there's like green got enough good stuff from this set to be put on like the map as a color in standard. Uh, all that being said, this card is really good. It grants you value every creature you produce, not even creatures that you just play. So you have like Nissa with this. You get to draw cards every time you take up Nissa. That's fun. Um, and you're naturally going to be wanting to produce/play creatures. So yeah. In terms of the playability rating, I gave it a 4 out of 5. And then how excited I am for this card, I gave it a 5 out of 5. Next up, Voldaren Thrillseeker. These last two kind of are paired together in my mind, but Voldaren Thrillseeker, this is basically your standard fling. So it's 3 mana, back up to 2, which is cool because you can get +2 plus or 2+1/+1 counters. So it's 3 mana 3/3 that says pay 1, sacrifice this creature, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. Alright, well with backup you can give that ability to any other creature. So Yargle Matani is a fun creature that you could potentially give this to because say you have Yargle Matani out there, you played Voldaren Thrillseeker, you give Yargle Matani 2+1/+1 creature or +1/+1 counters, you pay 1 to sacrifice Yargle Matani and deal damage equal to its power to the opponent's face. So yeah, you just turn Yargle Matani into a one-shot kill, 20 damage to the face. So you do have to pay 4 mana to like fling something, which is a little bit expensive. But on the other side of this is like you play this in red or something, and it's a 3 mana 3/3 with like a built-in lightning bolt, which is kind of cool. So overall, I give it a 3 out of 5 in terms of playability. 3/3 for 3 that can lightning bolt face seems alright. And then I give it a 3 out of 5 for how interested I am playing with this. Pairing it with the Yargle Multani is going to be the dream. But yeah, Yargle Multani, the next card. This is big stats dot card. This is the vanilla card that we've been waiting so long for. The card that has nothing but flavor text on it. But yeah, 6 mana, you get an 18/6. The problem with this card is it doesn't really impact the board in a meaningful way without trample or like a fling effect, because your opponent just chumps blocks this. They're gonna just block it a bunch, or they're going to remove it. So though I do really want to try and break this card and like make it useful by like building a deck where I can like cast it and give it trample, or fling it with like Voldaren Thrillseeker, for instance. So very interesting card. And yeah, in terms of playability, I gave it a 2 out of 5. Sure, it's got stats galore, but it's not gonna do much when the opponent jump blocks. So there's that huge downside. And then in terms of the how interested I am in playing it, I gave it a 5 out of 5 because I do really want to try and fling it. Oh, I lied. There's one more rare. Zephyr Singer. So this is 4 mana for 3/4 flyer with Convoke, Flying Vigilance. When it enters the battlefield, put a flying counter on each creature that convoked it. So 4 mana 3/4 flyer with Vigilance is pretty serious. With some 4 mana 3/4 flyer with Vigilance with some serious upside. Because you can give a couple creatures flying and also cast this for like cheaper, which is kind of cool. This card to me has like a very similar function to the Elspeth Planeswalker that we talked about. Elspeth obviously has much, much more upside, so this card has much less upside. But you just like you could play this with like Adeline or something, or Esper creatures slash legends or something, or like the knights, and then send your knights flying. So that's I think the main value of this card is send things flying, swing face. It doesn't really have any relevant creature types, which is kind of annoying. It is a Siren Pirate, so maybe we'll get pirates in the future, or more pirates in the future. So, anyways, 3 out of 5 for playability, and then 3 out of 5 for how interested I am playing it. All right, now, finally, the uncommons. We're gonna hop around when we get to these uncommons, and try and talk about the ones that seem the most playable, or notable. So the first one, Botanical Brawler. I will give you a second to read it while I drink some water. All right. 2 mana, trample, enters the battlefield with 2+1/+1 counters. Whenever you put a +1 counter on, or whenever one or more +1 counters are put on another permanent you control, if it's the first time +1 counter has been put on that permanent this turn, put a +1 counter on Botanical Brawler. So basically a 2 mana 2/2 with trample that gets a counter every time you put a +1 counter on another permanent. Technically, the other permanent is like limited to once per turn per permanent, but that is not really a huge limitation. Like I could only see it being relevant if like you have Query on Beastcaller and you like play out 2 creatures, getting 2+1 counters on the Query on Beastcaller. You're only gonna get 1 counter from that. This card though, oh my goodness, this card seems so funny if you get Defiler of Vigor out there because Defiler of Vigor, whenever you cast a green permanent spell, puts a +1 counter on each creature you control. So that makes it so whenever you cast a permanent spell, you get to put one counter plus the number of creatures you control counters onto a Botanical Brawler for that turn, which sounds pretty crazy. You just like Defiler of Vigor, you cast one thing, and then Botanical Brawler explodes in power and toughness. So I think this card's really strong. I'm not gonna give these uncommons and commons ratings just because, well, I don't know exactly how they'll play, but yeah. Anyways, change the equation. I bring up this card because it is part of a color hate cycle that we got, which basically means these cards do something slightly different when they target or deal with like two particular colors. So, for instance, there's a blue one and it hates on red and green. So it's a counter spell that counters 2 mana value or less spells, or if that spell is red or green, you can choose to counter a 6 mana value or less spell. The first part of this card seems just like pretty bad. Like in most situations, you can maybe only see use of it on like turn two, like counter a 2 mana value less spell. It's not going to counter your shield, the opponent's shield druid, the invoked despair. Like you, there's not enough 2 mana value or less spells that are worth running a counter spell in your deck to cast. Now the bottom part countering red and like green spells. Bottom part seems good for like blue against mono red, but I don't know if really that makes this card like playable at all in like best of one. The green part is annoying because it could counter like some green stuff, but it seems pretty irrelevant with only some like hits against like Selesnya Toxic in the current meta. You don't see that many people running mono green. So this is definitely more of a sideboard card in standard. Maybe an explorer with like mono green devotion. This is something that people will love, but yeah. Now, next card, need to find it. Elspeth's Smite. This 1 mana instant. I think the art's really cool, and then also it's potentially like 1 mana removal with exile. I don't think this card beats out Lay Down Arms, but it is interesting. Elspeth's Smite deals 3 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. So 1 mana sort of removal. Next card, Elvish Vat Keeper. This card is interesting. It's 3 mana, 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, incubate 2. It's a Phyrexian elf. Elf is relevant because it's a relevant creature type because, well, we have like an elf lord in standard, and maybe some cards from the set will make elves better. I don't know. But this basically you get 2 bodies for 3. One of them you do have to pay to flip. So you get a 3/3 and a 2/2, but you have to pay 2 more mana to flip the 2/2. It's not terrible. So two bodies, not bad. And then 5 mana, transform target incubator token you control, double the number of +1 counters on it. This seems quite useful, more so in like draft. But it seems like it would be funny with some like massive incubates with like Glistening Dawn, which was that green one that creates an incubate equal to the number of lands you control and creates 2 of them. But yeah, I don't know if this card will be really relevant and constructed, but it is an elf, 2 bodies, does stuff for Phyrexians, uh, and counters. All right, did I skip over something? No. Gift Completion. All right, this is 4 mana or 2 mana, sorry. And when it enters the battlefield, incubate 3. And then when a Phyrexian you control dies, surveil 1. So you get this enchantment whenever a Phyrexian you control dies, surveil 1. So that's not quite as strong. Or is surveil better than scry, or scry better than surveil? I think sometimes surveil is better. Anyways, for this, to me, it's like a 4 mana 3/3 Phyrexian because you can just like pay 2 mana, you get the incubate 3, pay 2 more mana, you get a 3/3 Phyrexian, and then you get this like payoff that if your opponent ever like screws with your Phyrexians, you can set up the top draw of your library, which is nice. So 4 mana 3/3 with like Phyrexian tribal upside. That's why I mention it. Glistening Deluge or Deluge. This is the another one of the color hate cycles, and this is black hating on green and white. So all creatures get -1/-1 until end of turn. Creatures that are green or white get an additional -2/-2 until end of turn. So this -3/-3 is good against like toxic decks. The problem with it is there's already like 3 mana malicious malfunction, which gives -2/-2 and exiles if the creatures would die. So that would be better against like Crawling Chorus. And then this card also competes with like Brotherhood's End at 3 mana, which is like a 3 damage to each creature sweeper. This does give like Grixis and Rakdos like more good stuff to play around with. The main thing for me for this card is it could turn into a bit of like a one-sided board wipe in the right situations. But it definitely still seems like more of a best of 3 card for sideboards when you like run up against a particular deck. But yeah, that's Glistening Deluge. Yeah, not all these commons are notable, but they're not necessarily playable. Some of them. But yeah, Halo Forgery. This is 3 mana. And then the reality, or like you can end up like playing this, paying up to 5, like total of 5 mana, and then you can cast like Go for the Throat on the opponent's Shieldred. Because what it says is when it enters the battlefield, you may pay X. When you do, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value X from a graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into the graveyard, exile it instead. So um, it basically you get to reoccur spells from graveyards. You do have to pay for their mana costs, but you get to pay them for free technically. And then it says either graveyard. It says any graveyard actually. Well, it says a graveyard. But so that means like you can go into your opponent's graveyard. If your opponent casts the Go for the Throat, well that card is something that you can use now using Halo Forger. And then like this is a good body in the sense that it's a 3/1 flyer, so you can just kind of be in there for 3 powers, which makes it pretty decent early game. And then late game, this card is pretty good because it turns into like whatever instant or sorcery is in your graveyard at the same time. Um, but yeah, it's important to note how exactly it works. It enters the battlefield, you pay the X, and then you cast the spell from the graveyard for free, and then you exile that spell. Um, the thing with that is that like since you're casting the spell for free, it could get countered by like Wash Away. So maybe Wash Away will uh, see see play because sorry, not that you're casting it for free. You're casting it from a graveyard, casting that spell from a graveyard. So Wash Away can counter it for 1 mana, which is interesting. Um, but yeah, what was I gonna say for this card? Yeah, the ideal scenario is like late game, you draw this, you have 5 mana open, the opponent has just Shieldred, you play it, you pay 2 into the X, you cast the Go for the Throat in your graveyard or the opponent's graveyard and destroy their Shieldred. It just seems like a body with like a lot of upside, so potential spell to be worried about, or potential creature to be worried about. Harried Artisan is the next one. It's just the 2/3 haster here. I just brought it up because it has haste. It's always relevant. Uh, or it can sometimes be relevant, and then it can flip into a 3/4 flyer with haste for 3 mana or and 2 life or something. All right, the next card. I mentioned this one is Herbology Instructor. The reason bring this one up is it's 2 mana for a 1/3 that can gain you life, and green doesn't have like much early on the curve, so this could be maybe like a slightly playable green card. The life gain and like a chump blocker that you get, it can help you like if you have like a slower plan. It might be better than a mana dork because like you at least gain the life if it dies. And then if you're really bored and you have like 6 mana, you can use the back or flip it to the backside. I can't believe I did that. Sorry about this. We'll find it. There we go. All right. The backside. transforms into a 3/3. When it transforms into this target creature, an opponent control gets minus X, minus 0, minus X until end of turn, where that is this card's power. So if you have a Phyrexian Anthem, that gets even bigger, but you can basically give an opponent's creature minus 3 toughness, which can kill it. So basically, if you have nothing to do, you can also turn this kind of like early game creature into like a removal spell. uh, a bad one at that, but I don't think this card's actually good, but I just thought it would be important to mention as something that might see play. Maybe you're playing life gain and you want some life gain. So yeah. All right, backside, we're going back to battles. Or sorry, not backside. We're going back to battles, and we need to see their front side and be able to read them. We're going to talk about only the ones that I think are good. We're mainly focusing on like the front side has to be efficiently costed, and then the back side is just kind of like gravy or extra. So Invasion of Amonkhet is the first one here, and it says when it enters the battlefield, each player mills 3 cards, then each opponent discards a card, and you draw a card. So I just think it's like 3 mana, decent value here. Like doesn't have any board impact, but the backside, which you might be able to flip it into, is also just a nice upside. So 3 mana, good stuff. Your opponent, you mill to help fill your graveyards for things like the new Shield Druid, and then your opponent also has to discard a card, and then you get to draw a card. So it kind of replaces itself. It's important. But then the backside, if you can flip it, is like a 4/4 where you have to copy any creature card in the graveyard, except it's a 4/4. The important thing to note is the way it's phrased, you also get like the enter the battlefield trigger. So it would be good against like if your opponent's trying to reanimate Atraxa, you can just be like, I get that Atraxa ETB trigger too. That is cool. Now for the second battle, Invasion of Azagol. This is the second one. It's just 2 mana. When it enters the battlefield, target player sacrifices a creature, or it's a 2 mana edict that can hit planeswalkers and creatures, and/or creatures, I guess, and then drains one. So that's like 2 mana edict isn't terrible. If you're playing like a Rakdos Sacrifice, maybe this is something you're interested in, because then the backside is a 2/1 with menace that every turn something dies or is sacrificed, it grows, basically. So next battle, Invasion of Bellinon. Or yeah, Bellinon. So you get three mana and you get a 2/2 knight with vigilance. So this is important because knights again is an interesting tribe that might get enough support in this set to be relevant. So the backside, if you flip it, is just an anthem. So that's pretty good. Five to flip it though. So, but yeah, that's that card. Front side is a knight for 3. Backside is gravy. Invasion of Dominaria. So this card is 3 mana, draw a card, gain 4 life. Which seems decent value. And it's probably good if you're like trying to build a deck that's a bit slower or like sort of relying on sweepers and is like trying to this card is supposed to help you against aggro because like 4 life is a lot to gain. And then you draw cards that can help you search for like a sweeper. So maybe this is good in that regard. And then the backside, you get a 4/4 Flying Vigilance Angel. It's cool. Maybe Angel is relevant and you play this in Angels for like anti-aggro technology, but yeah. Skipping over to Invasion of Urgamon here. This card is Gruul, 2 mana. When it enters the battlefield, create a treasure token. Then you discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So 2 mana ramp that can also filter hand seems like some serious value. And like this card can potentially work in like Reanimator because you're discarding something. But like 1 card discarding to your graveyard isn't maybe the most competitive for that because you have like other things that can draw 2 off of discarding 1 or other cards that like Fable that discards 2 into the graveyard and then draws 2. But still, 2 mana ramp is pretty interesting because Prosperous Innkeeper uh, feel like was partially played as like a 2 mana creature that entered the battlefield and created a treasure token. So basically 2 mana ramp. This allows you to play a 4-drop on turn 3, which is pretty important. So and then this also like filters your hand. So I think this card is just great value. I'm very excited for this card. Uh, the backside is just a 3/4 with trample. Though when it flips over, you can again discard a card to find a land or a battle this time. So you don't get to just draw a card, you find a land or a battle. So something. Something to do. Next card. Scrolling down here some is Invasion of Mercadia. So this one is, again, we're talking about discard effects and draw effects. Invasion of Arcadia is basically Bitter Reunion or Thrill of Possibilities effect, where you discard a card, and if you do, draw 2 cards. Except for it's on a battle this time, which seems pretty useful for Reanimator. I don't know if the card really beats out Bitter Reunion or Thrill of Possibilities, but it is interesting. Interesting that it does something else that other cards that are being played do. The backside is pretty awesome because you can, again, keep on discarding cards if that's important. Or you just like or another way of looking at it is you pay 3 mana, discard a land, and you turn it into like 2/2/1s with haste for 3 mana. It's pretty good. So yeah, I think the backside's not bad for this one actually. And it makes it maybe worth-ish the front side over playing like Thrill Possibilities or a bit of Reunion. Next up, the next battle we're going to talk about is Invasion of New Capenna here in the center. When it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice an artifact or creature. When you do, exile target artifact or creature an opponent controls. So this reminds me a lot of Rite of Oblivion, except for Rite of Oblivion also had flashback and could target any permanent the opponent controls. This can only target creatures and artifacts. You basically sacrifice the creature to remove whatever is best on the opponent's side. So it's definitely weaker, but it still seems like kind of a playable effect. 2 mana removal is kind of cool. The backside is Holy Frazzle Cannon, which is funny. And it says equip creature attacks, put a +1 counter on that creature and each other creature you control that shares a creature type with it. So I think the backside is a nice, really like cheap equipment since it's only equip 1, and it has like a lot of upside in the sense that it can pump a bunch, and it works funny enough really well with Phyrexians. Like Phyrexian Tribal, this card actually seems decent in it. And then it also works with like, because it says creatures that share a creature type with it, like also works well with like if you just draw into duplicates of the same card. So you have 2 Cemetery Trespassers, you can suddenly pump both of them when you attack in. It isn't an attack trigger, so you know going into it that your creature is going to get bigger. So it turns into like a bit of a Luminarch Aspirant. Like it has counter synergy, it was cool. So yeah, interesting. Don't know how playable it will be, but definitely interesting. Next up, Invasion of Pyrulia. Pyrulia. The Simic one, 2 mana. And then when it enters the battlefield, scry 3, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land or double-faced card, draw a card. So to me, this card is effectively like 2 mana, scry 2, draw a land, or DFC. Or double face card. Which seems like pretty decent value. Like 2 mana to scry 2 and draw a land most of the time, let's just say. Not bad. And then it flips into a 4/4 with Ward 2, and then other transform permanents you control have Ward 2. So decent body. Pretty decent backside. And yeah. Has 4 defense counters. So Invasion of Regatha. Here it is. So this is 3 mana, burn 4, and then you can like ping 1 damage at a creature. So 3 mana, when it enters the battlefield, it deals 4 damage to another target battle or opponent, and it deals 1 damage to up to 1 target creature. So you can ping your opponent's like 1/1 or like 1 toughness creature, which is kind of okay. There's often a lot of times where there is just a 1 toughness creature lying around. Um, and then it's important because this card could also flip like other battles. You can just burn the opponent's face, but you could also flip battles. So depends on how good battles are for this one. And then the backside is pretty good because you get this 4/4 with prowess. If a non-creature you control would deal damage to a creature in a battle or opponent, it deals that much damage +2 instead. So you get this like doubled up mechanized warfare on this prowess 4/4, which is cool. So yeah, or it's like mechanized warfare, like Soulfamine or like Soulfam Mayhem Dominus sort of like effect where you get like bonus damage for a particular like damage type source. All right, Invasion of Rin. This is 4 mana. Uh, draw draw 3 cards and then discard a card. So this card is kind of just like a worse Thirst for Discovery, which is 3 mana, draw 3, discard a basic. So 3 mana, draw 3, and discard a card. It's pretty much the same thing this is, but this is 4 mana. The real upside of this card is, or like the interesting part of this card, I guess, is the backside, which becomes an artifact that allows you to copy a spell you control. So turning it into something that can copy spells is kind of cool. Then lastly, the last battle we're going to talk about today is Invasion of Zendikar. 4 mana, when it enters the battlefield, search your library up for 2 basic lands, put them onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. So 4 mana for 2 basics is pretty much on rate for like green ramp. It's only worse than like maybe Expand the Spheres and Cartographer's Survey, which are in standard right now, if you're not playing a ton of basics. Because what Expand the Spheres and Cartographer's Survey do is they look at like the top 6 or 7 cards in your library, and then you can put 2 lands from among them onto your library. So Invasion of Zendikar's downside is that you need to have basic lands in your deck. But it is interesting that you can play this with like Hellish Norn, and then you get the double up of the ETB trigger, and you search up 4 basics. And then talking about the backside of the card, you get a 4/4 with Vigilance and Haste. So it's a decent body. Kind of get what you get put into it because it's 3 loyalty. Well, 3 loyalty is actually, or 3 defense, sorry. 3 defense counters is not a lot, but you get this decent body. And then you get some little extra mana here, which is nice, but not, I don't think, super huge or relevant. But yeah, that is the uncommon battles. Now we can go back to just looking at the regular creatures here. We have Kami Whispered Hopes is the first one I want to talk about because the first part of this is just if one or more +1 counters would be put on a permanent you control, we put that many +1 counters onto it instead. So this is basically more Hardened Scales effect, except for it's on a 3 mana 1/1, which is um I don't think this creature's stats are like particularly amazing, but I am intrigued by the tap ability, which is add X mana of any one color where X is Kami of Whispered Hope's power. So it's important to note that it depends on its power, which makes it very similar to like Cradle Clear Color, which is in standard, which can enable some janky things. So maybe it can be used in that regard, but yeah. Kami of Whispered Hope, Hardened Scales on a 3 mana 1/1. Enra Spell Spear. All right, I know we're kind of just going creature card by card, but these cards are all kind of interesting and relevant, I think. Kenra Spell Spear is a 2 mana 2/2 prowess with trample. I think this card is super good because 2 mana 2/2 with trample and prowess, it fits into that Jeskai Spellslinger deck that we are talking about. Trample is kind of relevant because when you're going on aggro and your opponent's chump blocking, it can make a difference because you're aggro. You need every point of damage you can to finish off your opponent as fast as possible. But if you pay 3 mana, you can pay only like 3 mana, so you can flip this the next turn, and then you get this ridiculous thing, which is a trample ward 2 prowess. So you cast like one spell, this turns into a 5/5 with trample. You cast two spells, this turns into a 7/7 with trample. So that's pretty crazy. Prowess triggers off non-creature spells, so this will trigger off of enchantments, artifacts, planeswalkers. Like, it's not only instant and sorceries, which is somewhat relevant, but yeah. I think this backside is crazy, because you also get this like Ward 2 for protection, so yeah. Kenra Spellslinger, or sorry, Kenra Spellspear is pretty cool. Alright, Lithomantic Barrage. We're talking about this one because it is part of the hate cycle. There's one red sorcery, this can't be countered, which is pretty funny. Um, and it hates on white and blue for red. So it does 1 damage to target creature, planeswalker. If that is white or blue, it does 5 damage instead. So trying to think of cards that this would be relevant on. You have the white planeswalkers being played in mono white. You got like Corpse Appraiser, Rafine, Airtie, Resurrected. You have Harbin, that one soldier. You have Haughty Jin, like Sky Strike Officer. This would be good against all those sorts of things, but like still it whiffs on mono black. So I don't know. This card still seems like it would be more of a sideboard card. Next up, Marshal of Zhalfir is the 2 mana uncommon lord that we saw. Other knights you control get +1/+1. So this is a Night Lord, which is huge. It's also an uncommon, which is pretty cool. Uncommon Lord, so everyone can get their hands on this pretty easy without having to spend rare wild cards. This is also important that Adeline is a knight, so I think this card is going to play really well with Adeline, because then Adeline then creates these like, well, I guess Adeline creates humans. Those aren't knights, but still Adeline gets a buff from this, which is cool. Um, and yeah, I think one important thing to note is that you have this Azorius like tap another target creature, which is nice because usually you don't want to be attacking in with your Lord. So instead, you can choose to like tap down an opposing creature uh, opponent controls if you have mana. So yeah, that is Marshal Zhalfir. Pretty good Lord. The tap down I think reads pretty well, or like turns out pretty well, because then you don't have to attack in most Marshal Zhalfir. You can tap down an opposing creature and still get more damage in that way. Next up, we're going to hop over to Mirror Shield Hoplite. This is a 2 mana 2/2 soldier with vigilance, so it's a soldier type, which is relevant, and then it has the upside of like triggering off a backup. Don't think the backup's super relevant here, but whenever a creature you control becomes the target of a backup ability, copy that ability. You may choose new targets for that copy. This ability triggers once each turn, so you get some upside with like backup, but it is also just a Boros 2/2 vigilant soldier. So soldier is the relevant creature type, so that's why I bring this up. Next card, I'm gonna hop over here to Oracle of Tragedy. 2 mana 1/3. When it enters the battlefield or dies, choose one. Draw a card and then discard a card, and then, or you can choose shuffle up to 4 target cards with mana value 3 or greater from your graveyard into your library. So I didn't mana value 3 or greater, so that's an interesting restriction. I think first off, this card has pretty cool art, and it shuffles in your graveyard or can draw and discard, and then it also triggers on ETB and death. So like the fact that it double triggers is really cool. And then I think important to note is like recursion sometimes reads or plays a lot better than you think, because they can shuffle in their best cards to redraw while you're like gassed out and you played your best cards and the opponent answered them. So I think this card is interesting. The draw and discard part is probably the most relevant part because you get it on ETB and death. So yeah, blue's getting some draw and discard here, which wonder how that can be made use of. More Azorius Reanimator. Anyways, Phyrexian Awakening is the next card we're going to be talking about. This card is 5 mana for a 4/4 with Vigilance that gives your other Phyrexians Vigilance, and it eats up 2 hits from Invoke Despair. That's one way of looking at it. It's a 3 mana enchantment that when it enters the battlefield, you incubate 4, and it says Phyrexians you control have vigilance. So if you pay 2 more mana, you can flip that incubate. So like a total of 5 mana, you get a 4/4, and then it says Phyrexians you control have vigilance. So your Phyrexian that you flip has vigilance, which is cool, and then it gives all your other Phyrexians vigilance. And then Invoke Despair is always on my mind, and so this card works really well against Invoke Despair because you get like a creature and you also get an enchantment. So like the downside is, yeah, you lose your enchantment, but your opponent doesn't draw a card. You don't lose 2 life. They don't pass go. So yeah, Phyrexian Awakening, pretty good Phyrexian tribal payoff. Next up, Phyrexian Censor. This is the next card. This is a 3 mana for a 3/3 Phyrexian. So that's the baseline of this. But the text on the card is interesting. Each player can't cast more than 1 non-Phyrexian each turn. Non-Phyrexian creatures enter the battlefield tapped. So this card is kind of annoying. The first part doesn't seem super relevant in Standard at the moment. Because there's not like a ton of spell slinging. But the second part seems more relevant. The non-Phyrexian creatures entering the battlefield tap can really hamper your ability to play creatures to defend. Though it is important to note, like Standard has a lot of Phyrexians though at the moment, so sometimes this will just be like 3 mana, maybe stops like 1 spell being cast the entire time, and it's a 3/3 Phyrexian. So um, yeah, it's basically just a Phyrexian creature with some upside, which is cool. Potentially super annoying. We'll have to find out. Next up, I want to talk about Rampaging Geoderm. It's another dinosaur that's cool. And then I think this card is again relevant because, well, it's 4 mana for a 4/4 sort of with trample and haste. So that's like we talked about Uvenwald Oddity and like Rampaging Raptor is also another 4/4 for like 4 that has haste and trample. So decent body for an uncommon, but it's also important that you have like this kind of cool trick that whenever you attack, so it doesn't even have to be Rampaging Geoderm attacking. Target attacking creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If it is tracking a battle, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on it instead. So you get to throw around your like a little buff here. Technically, it's not a 4/4 with haste. Like it's not technically a 4/4 with for 4 with trample and haste. It's a 3/3 on blocks, but on attacks, it can be a 4/4 or it can help out your other creatures. And I also think this card will be interesting to see if like there's a ton of battles. I mean, if your opponent's gonna be blocking anyways, uh, just like sending creatures at battles that you expect your opponent to block, this card seems like it's pretty good. Um, just some solid upside for an uncommon. All right, next up, I want to talk about Referee Squad real quick. I just think this card is a really interesting value creature. 3 mana for a 2/2 with Vigilance. It is a homunculus, so the creature types are relevant. Art's funny and cool. When it enters the battlefield, uh, sorry, yeah, did I mention Convoke Vigilance? Yeah, I think I did. Anyways, when Referee Squad enters the battlefield, tap target creature an opponent controls with it and put a stun counter on it. So I think this is like interesting sort of combat tricky creature. I don't know. But I think it could be very interesting to see if this helps like make a sort of stun counter proliferate deck because you play like Referee Squad, you tap an opponent's creature and then it has a stun counter. You proliferate that stun counter. It doesn't become untapped for 2 turns. So there's potentially interesting or funny like memey implications to this. Maybe it turns out better, and this is like something terrifying that I've stumbled upon, but I don't think it will be that way. But I just thought it was funny enough to mention. All right, next card, Render Inert. This is a sorcery for 3 mana, remove up to 5 counters from target permanent, draw a card. So the way this reads to me is kill planeswalkers, incubate tokens, and flip battles. 5 counters is a lot, so you can most likely remove planeswalkers, most likely remove those incubate tokens, and most likely flip most battles. Most battles have 5, I think. I'm saying this based off of just what I remember. Anyways, and then, oh, guess what? You pay 3 mana to, like, remove something or flip a battle, you also draw a card. So I think this card's pretty decent. Depends on how good battles are and yeah, how commonly you're going to be running into in like incubate tokens and planeswalkers, but it's important to consider all the possible common targets. All right, returning to our hate cycle, we got the green hate cycle card, Sandstalker Moloch. This is a card that hits on blue and black, which it seems like pretty relevant colors in standard with like good portion of the meta being black, some of it being blue. But yeah, 3 mana for 4/2 with flash. I really do like the aggressive power on this. It's 4, so like you can like surprise something. And it's also important to note it's a 4/2, so it doesn't die to cut down. Yay! Because cut down cares about total power and toughness 5 or less. So now the upside of it is like you can surprise your opponents. If like no one expects green to flash in a creature, particularly a one with 4 power, and if your opponent is playing like black or blue, which is maybe like a fair like 30% of more, 30% or more of the meta, uh, which is probably only going to stay true with the additions of like white and black Phyrexian Tribal and blue and white Knights. Um, this card can replace itself in those situations because it can uh, dig 4 deep, and you may reveal a permanent card from among them and put it into your hand. So this can kind of like replace itself, surprise your opponents. I just really want to test this card out. I think it's like when I read it, it's not like super exciting, but like thinking of how it could play out makes it seem kind of promising to me. And I mean like against red and white, a 4/2 for 3, it's not the end of the world. It seems like the one of the ones with like the least amount of downside against the wrong colors. All right, next up, Sculpted Perfection here on the right. It's 4 mana for enchantment. That 4 mana enters the battlefield, incubate 2. Phyrexians you control get +1/+1. So it's Phyrexian Anthem basically. And then for 2 more mana, you can create a 3/3. It's a 3/3 because it gets +1/+1 because Phyrexians you control get +1/+1. So um, it does seem like a little bit expensive to comfortably play as like an Anthem because I think most Anthem effects have been like 3 mana, or like you have like these 2 mana lords that say like other creatures of this type get +1/+1. But I don't necessarily think this card that makes this card bad because I think this tribe overall, like Phyrexians overall, have been made quite strong in the set, or like are just quite strong in general. And especially with like that rare lord that we already have. So this card is just like kind of upside at an uncommon cost. It is a bit expensive, so you don't want to be drawing into a bunch of these early, but hey. So yeah, notable card. Next up, Seal from Existence here on the right. So this is basically 3 mana. So we have an extra white though. We have to pay 2 white, and it's basically borrowed time. When it enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls until Seal from Existence leaves battlefield. So it's just like strictly better borrowed time. I'm trying to think of the names for the other cards that did the exact same thing. Anyways, though it gets Ward 3, and Ward 3 is pretty good protection because your opponent playing 2 mana like enchantment removal, they don't have to pay 5 mana to remove this, so that's good. Problem again, Invoke Despair. Invoke Despair makes this card probably see a lot more fringe, because like Ossification at least is like 2 mana and has a similar effect where it only hits planeswalkers and creatures. So I don't think this card will necessarily make it in that regard, but once Invoke Despair rotates, maybe this card will be okay. We will see. All right, next card, Seed Pod Caretaker. Bring this one up because it's a 3 mana 3/3 potentially, or it's like a 2/2 which flips an incubate token, which seems like a good way to keep up like tempo and Phyrexian. So like you make this incubate token, you don't want to pay mana to flip it. Well, you play this 3 mana 2/2 that also flips the incubate token, so you get your mana back, or you get like it seems pretty mana efficient, and then you also get to keep up the tempo because you have more creatures that can attack in and stuff. Um, my question though is like one thing I've started to think is, well, yeah, you can spread around a counter. So like if you don't have an incubate token to flip, this just becomes a 3 mana 3/3, like I was saying. My question is like, will most competitive Phyrexian decks have Incubate in them? Like how many? Because you have the Lord, and then you have like a bunch of Phyrexians from Standard currently that don't care about like Incubate. They don't make Incubate things. So I do think we have plenty of non-Incubate Phyrexians. So this card will depend a little bit on that. But it is still 3 mana, 3/3 Phyrexian at like if you want to think about it that way. So Phyrexian creature type relevant. All right, Seraph of New Capenna. So we're looking at this card on the right here. 3 mana for a 2/2 flyer. Important to note the creature types. It's a angel soldier, so it works well in angels, or it could work well in angels. It could work well in soldiers. It's flying. It also has the upside that you can flip it. It loses the soldier creature type, but you gain this little like sack, and it can get +2/+1 until end of turn. But yeah, the front side angel type, and then it's also a soldier type, so that's why I bring it up. Next up, oh yeah, Skyclave Aerialist. I bring this one up because it's a merfolk. We do technically have a merfolk lord in standard. We just don't have any good. I don't think there's any good merfolks in standard right now, unfortunately. So this maybe helps out merfolks. And then he flips into a caramba. Oh, I scrolled too far. We were looking at uncommons. Yeah, Skyclave Aerialist. I don't know how I managed to miss this flip button every single time. Anyways, it is a 2/1 flying merfolk, and then it flips into a 2/4 that you get to look at the top card of your library. If it's land, put it on the battlefield. If you don't, put it into your hand. So draw a card or ramp. So upside, not bad. Uh, Next up, Stoke the Flames. I hear this card is pretty good. 4 mana instant with Convoke, deals 4 damage to any target. Can hit battles, which is important. I'm guessing this card is partially good because for red, I can do like business early, removing like big blockers or something, or like late game you have the 4 mana so you don't care and you can just keep swinging in with your creatures. The question is like it's kind of competing with like Lightning Strike, which is 2 mana for 3 damage to anything, and so will 4 damage make a huge difference? Time will tell what decks pick up on, but yeah. All right, next one I want to talk about was Stormclaw Rager. I can English. This is 3 mana for a 2/2, but you get to basically use. It's basically a sack outlet. You get to pay 1 mana, sacrifice another creature or artifact, and then this card grows in power because it gets a +1/+1, and then you draw a card. So this is a really awesome sack outlet. Growing and draw cards means that like you draw cards to replace the sacrifice cards. It means it kind of feeds itself to some degree. Or like if you just have like something like when you call Anvil, when you feed this card each turn, you're just drawing 2 cards and it's 1 mana draw a card. So really good sack payoff or sack outlet. So yeah, Stormclaw Rager. Next up, Surge of Salvation. This is I think the last one in the hate cycle, right? Um, this is white and it hits on black and red. Now this is the best uncommon probably and the best in the hate cycle. And you'll see what I mean by that because it says you and permanents you control gain hexproof until end of turn. And then prevent damage that black and red sources would deal to creatures you control this turn. So this basically stops any sort of targeted removal on any of your permanents, okay? For 1 mana. Okay, so it's a protection spell for your creatures. Good, that's cool. Now, it also stops red sweepers like Brotherhood's End, okay? So it's even like better protection for all of your creatures. That's awesome. Oh wait, you gain hexproof. You want to know what Invoke Despair says? Target opponent. Things that say target opponent, like Invoke Despair, when you cast this, you gain hexproof. They can't target you anymore. And so this is a 1 mana instant spell that will fizzle Invoke Despair. Like, I don't know if this card can really do any wrong. Like, I don't like, do you want four of these in your starting hand? Probably not, but it is one of the best protection spells because it's just so insanely versatile. Like block or countering, effectively countering Invoke Despair. Like, say your opponent wants you to like target opponent sacrifices like a creature. I guess this stops like Liliana's because I think that's target opponent sacrifices a creature. So like the ability to give yourself hexproof and your creatures is pretty extreme, I think. And I'm excited to try this card out, and I think this card basically, I mean, you can see this is MTG Goldfish, and you can see like I guess these are estimated costs or costs from like distributors. This is the one uncommon that's worth $3.52 because this has implications outside of just standard. Card is amazing. So yeah, Surge of Salvation. Do not sleep on it. Tandem Takedown is the next card I want to talk about here. 3 mana instant. Up to 2 target creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. They each deal damage equal to their power to another target creature, planeswalker, or battle. So this is, to me, it's just like a huge green battle destroyer, and then it's also just like a huge bite spell. It's nice that you also get battles, um, so you can just like flip battle. This will probably flip like any battle as long as you have like 2 green creatures. So yeah, I really like this card for that reason. 3 mana for like removal though is we'll see how it plays. I think this card's cool. It'll be fun to try out. I don't think it's necessarily like competitive enough to see play. 3 mana just is a lot for if you want to use this as removal. It is instant speed, which is huge. All right, next uncommon, the Zarek Strobe Knight. I have to first off say this art is just so fun. I'm a little confused what's happening, but it looks cool. It's a 3 mana 2/2 Flying Vigilance Human Knight. And then if you sling some spells, you can create another 2/2 white blue knight with vigilance. So it's a flying knight that can make more knights. It has vigilance. Uh, and like the upside is it has a really dope art. So this card I think is a pretty good card for knights, honestly. Talking about knights, I also wanted to mention Zolfirian Lancer, 3 mana for a 3/3 human knight. When another knight enters under your control, it gets +1/+1 and gains vigilance until end of turn. So knights, more knights to fill out the tribe. Good stuff. All right. Lastly, there's the commons. For these commons, I guess I should go find one real quick. Where, oh, where are they? Trying to find my goodness. It is a little tough that like the cards were much bigger. Okay, here we go. I thought there was one up towards the top. Anyways, I just wanted to mention that some of these new commons have land cycling, which is cool. Something like plane cycling or swamp cycling here means you can discard them, find any plains or like swamp in your library, put it into your hand, and it's important to note it doesn't say basic, so you can go ahead and find triomes with these. I don't necessarily think this makes these commons playable, but I just wanted to go ahead and mention it. I think it's something kind of interesting, and probably relevant if you're going to be playing draft. All right, Alabaster Host Sanctifier. I just bring this one up. It's a 2 mana 2/2 Phyrexian with lifelink. There is like Phyrexian Missionary, which is strictly better because it's 2/3, and then you can pay or you can kick it to return creatures from graveyards. But more small creatures to flood the board isn't bad. And if like one thing I want to try with like Phyrexians is Kayla's Reconstruction, which is the like 3 white and X white sorcery where you can find a bunch of creatures and put them on the battlefield if they're 3 mana or less. I think I'll probably try like the same thing with knights. Hopefully it'll be a lot of fun, but I just bring this up. Phyrexian was decently statted for its cost. Next up, Angelic Intervention. It's 2 mana instant here. Uh, 2 mana protection. It gives +1/+1 and protection, but which is huge. Protection would be sort of like indestructible. It's a little bit it's relevant when it comes to like damage sweepers or like damage. Um, so yeah, you can use this as like a combat trick. It's important to note though it also hits planeswalkers, so it can protect planeswalkers, which is interesting. The thing is, it doesn't really stop sweepers or like edict effects though. So I don't think it's actually that great, but I just wanted to bring it up. Protection is interesting because it prevents damage from those colors, um, or that colors or that color of your choice, um, which is definitely interesting because it can be like a combat trick and protection spell. But I guess protection spells can always be used as a combat trick. It also is 2 mana, so it's probably not that good, but hey, it's interesting. I wanted to bring it up. Arachnoid adaptation, sorry. It's 1 mana, pumps and untaps. I just bring this up because it could be it fits in with like the Cradle Clear Cutter or like Kami Whispered Hopes, like meme kind of like combo decks where they pay or play these instant and sorceries that pump it, untap it, to generate or to buff the power and generate more mana. Um, the thing for it though is it gains reach, so it gets +2/+2 reach and untaps the thing. So the reach might still be relevant, but I think it's kind of a bad spell regardless. Outside of that, like maybe fringe combo that is not very good. But yeah, I think there are combo decks similar to that in other formats where with like things that actually enhance the combo. Maybe it's useful in that regard, but anyways, next up I want to talk about Atraxas Fall here, the 2 mana green sorcery. So it's basically a sorcery speed naturalize, which can also snipe Atraxa, or it hits flyers, which is super cool. So 2 mana, destroy target artifact, battle, enchantment, or creature with flying. I don't think destroying battles is particularly relevant because, I mean, maybe if the opponent's about to flip their battle, that is relevant. That's probably the only time you do it, but like destroying the battle doesn't defeat the battle. So like if you destroy your own battle, you're gonna just lose out on the potential to get the backside. Um, but also battles when they flip, they're no longer battles. They're like enchantments, they're creatures, they're sorceries, whatever they turn into. So, but yeah, this can hit all that, but it can also still hit a creature for 2 mana, which is pretty aggressively costed. Because I don't think any of the other like destroy a creature with flying uh, ever costed 2. It is a sorcery speed, so it's not as good as like naturalize in those sorts of or like situations where you're trying to hit artifacts or enchantments, but I still think it's relevant. Maybe it turns into actually a green spell that's played just because there's a bunch of flies running around and you can also hit enchantments and artifacts. Next up, we have a tentative Sky Warden. Sorry, I skipped over it. This card is just a Phyrexian flyer. That's a 2/2. Again, Phyrexian creature types relevant. It can flip incubates, which again depends on how good incubates are, but yeah, that's why that card might be relevant. Next card I want to talk about is Blighted Burgeoning. This is Enchant Land. When it enters the battlefield, incubate 2, and then whenever Enchanted Land is tapped for mana, its controller adds an additional mana of one color or one of any color. So this card is good because it's 3 mana ramp. It mana fixes, and it's a target for Invoke Despair, and then also can create a body. So like I see this card and I see like, this has a potential to be like a bunch of different upsides. Um, and then also it's important to note that like we have like 2 cards in standard, I think, that can enchant lands, and then they just say like, oh, it gets the ability to tap to add 2 mana of like any one color or something. That is worse than Blighted Burgeoning because Blighted Burgeoning can technically stack. So you can play 2 Blighted Burgeoning on the same land, and that's important because there's a card in the set that allows you to untap a land. So if you like have 2 Blighted Burgeonings on one land and you tap that land for 3 mana and then you untap it and then you can tap it for 3 mana again, which is which can be pretty interesting to ramp. I don't think that's going to be super competitive in standard just because it's not as aggressively costed as like the other enchantments and like creatures that you see this in like modern or like the other formats, but I think it's interesting. But yeah, I do really like light versioning because it ramps and then it gives something to give hit or invoke despair to hit besides like maybe something relevant. Um, yeah, it deramps you, but at the same time, do you want your opponent drawing another card and you losing 2 life is the other question. So really do actually like this card for all those regions, and then you can make like a 2/2 potentially. So yeah. Also, it is nice that it can be like an untapped land. So you have 4 lands. You tap 3 lands, you play this on the untapped land, you tap it, and then you can play a 2 mana thing, which is pretty cool. All right, moving on to the next card I want to talk about, which is Corrupted Conviction here. 1 mana. Okay. This card is just Village Rites. If you're familiar with Village Rites, this is like the one of the best like sack cards. You can do instant speed to sacrifice a creature that was probably going to be the target of removal. Like you can do this in response to your opponent trying to remove your Shieldred. You sacrifice your Shieldred, you draw 2 cards. This card also seems particularly fun with like Hitasugu and Kihiri, which are like they cast the spell off the top when they die. Um, so yeah, this card and the way that it's phrased, it wouldn't interfere with Hitasugu and Kairi. But yeah, I wouldn't interfere with that because you sack the creature and then it has a cost to cast the spell, so then that creature's trigger goes off first before this spell resolves. Cosmic Hunger. This is 2 mana bite spell that also hits battles. So it's instant speed, which is nice. Yeah. Wait, I don't know why I wrote here. Wait, isn't it it's an instant. Okay, I wrote here that it was a sorcery. Thought I heard somewhere that was a sorcery. Well, this better be correct that it's an instant. But yeah, 2 mana they can also hit or can hit creatures, planeswalkers, or battles. So this can also be a way to flip your battles. It's basically a cheaper tandem takedown that does less damage. Next up, I want to talk about Cut Short. This is 3 mana instant convoke, destroy target planeswalker that is activated this turn or tapped creature. So this seems like decent white removal for like planeswalkers and creatures. And then it also could be discounted with Convoke, which is really cool. So you can cast this spell for free potentially. So like you have Wedding Announcement, and you have like 3 tokens, just randomly destroy something. If the opponent goes to head to attack in with one of their creatures, you just tap all your creatures and remove it because it became tapped. So this card, I think it actually has like potential to see a little bit of play. I don't think it's actually good enough to beat out the removal in standard right now. We just got so much going on that can do this or better. So, but I do think it is something notable. Next up, I want to talk about Enduring Bond Warden, mainly just because the card's really cute. You have like the giant squirrel or whatever, and but yeah, I think this card is cool because it also it's a 1 mana like card that works well in uh like +1/+1 counter synergy. So like cards, it's very similar to like Iron Apprentice, where if it dies, you can put the counters on something else. Um, the backup part of it seems a little less relevant. But yeah, I don't know if it beats out like Hopeful Initiate or if Iron Apprentice is better because it's colorless. But yeah. Next up, I want to talk about Expedition Lookout. It's 2 mana, 2/3 Merfolk Rogue. So just relevant that it's a Merfolk. And then if the opponent has been milled, it can attack that it didn't have Defender. And it can't be blocked. So, some actual Merfolk shenanigans going on, which is cool. Next up, I wanted to talk about Fairgrounds Trumpeter. This is 3 mana, 2/2. At the beginning and end step, if a +1 counter is put on a permanent you control this turn, put a +1 counter on Fairgrounds Trumpeter. So this is like +1 counter stuff, common. I don't think it's good enough to actually see play, but I just wanted to bring it up. And then also Fertilid's Favor is another card I just wanted to bring up because of the cool art. Uh, And I guess it has some +1 counter synergies, but 4 mana to search up a land and 2 +1 counters doesn't seem like it's going to be quite good enough. Next up is Final Flourish here, actually right on the same line. I think this card is actually pretty good. And the reason I say this is because if there's a sack deck that exists, this card might be the best removal in that sack deck. We do have 1 mana removal, like Bone Splinters and Annihilating Glare, but they're sorcery speed. So this 1 mana, or sorry, this is 1 mana more for an instant speed removal spell, basically in a sack deck. The upside is, yeah, it's instant speed, and then sometimes you don't even need to sacrifice a creature to this because it says target creature gets -2/-2, and then if it was kicked, you give it -6/-6. So I think this might actually be worth it in sort of like sack decks. Um, and also, like, the instant speed makes it so, like, oh, your opponent's gonna kill your creature. Well, guess what? Instant speed, I sack that creature and I remove your like shield grid or whatever because it gets -6/-6. So I think this card, the instant speed is a huge upgrade for these kind of like sack effects. And then you don't even need to sack sometimes. So that's why I bring this card up. Next up, scrolling. I want to talk about Kithkin Billy Rider. It is a knight with double strike. Also Goat Warrior, which is pretty funny. And then also, I guess it works well with like +1/+1 counters because you got double strike. Don't really know if that's where you want to go with it. It's 3 mana, but it is a knight. I'd also like to talk about the Knight of New Coalition. This card is 4 mana, and you basically get two 2/2 knights with vigilance, which is pretty cool. So works well in Knight Tribal. Um, I do like that it's like 4 mana for two 2/2s, so that's like 4 mana 4/4, but it's even better because these two creatures, because two creatures work better in like tribal decks because then each of those creatures individually get like the pump from whatever anthem or lord you have. So definitely an interesting card. I don't know if 4 mana will make this card a little bit too expensive to be run, but hmm. Where is the next card I want to talk about? Oh, Moment of Truth. The Moment of Truth, this is 2 mana, look at the top 3 cards, put one of those cards into your hand, one at the bottom of your library, and one into your graveyard. So this card seems like it would work well with Haughty Djinn, which currently runs Impulse. Impulse goes 4 cards deep and just puts cards on the bottom of your library. This card can also put cards into your graveyard. The problem is it only goes 3 cards deep, so the question is, will this be like that much worse? The whole 3 cards versus 4 cards? I think it'll depend. But yeah, mono blue, Haughty Djinn got something, I guess. All right. Again, Order of the Mirror here is a knight. Just want to talk about that. 2/1 for 2, and then you can flip it potentially, and it becomes a 3/3 that gets, whenever blocked by a creature, that creature gets -1/-1. It's kind of cool. All right. Then we also have I almost said Contagious Vorak. That's what this card reminds me of. We have Overgrown Pest. It's 3 mana, 2/2 for a pest. I have to say this card is a bit of a flavor fail because when it dies, it doesn't gain you life, which is just like the pest thing to do from Strixhaven. But when it enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a land or double-faced card from among them and put that card into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So this can help you find like actual cards with DFCs, or it can just find you lands. Which I do wonder if this is just like a worse Contagious Borak, which is 3 mana for a 3/3 that goes 4 cards deep and can find you a land. Um, but it is important to note the reason I bring this card up is because Contagious Borak has seen some play in like 5-color Atraxipiles and stuff. So I think this card might actually have some legs to actually be played. And then I want to talk about Portent Tractor. Uh, the Satyr Scout can untap target land. And then you can also choose target battle if an opponent protects it, remove defense counter from it, otherwise put a defense counter on it. So this is 2 mana ramp, which is good. It's like, 2 mana dork. That's not bad. Important to note though, it is a 1/1, which is much worse than being a 1/3, which is most of the the mana dorks available. Phyrexian Scrapgrudger is an 0/3, and Llanowar Loam Speaker is a 1/3, which are both 2 mana dorks. This also doesn't fix your mana because it says untap target land, but it's still 2 mana ramp. But it can be even more if you have something like what we were talking about, that what is it called? Blighted Burgeoning, that enchantment that double or adds extra mana whenever you tap that land. So yeah, so in that regard, I think lost where it was. Portent Tractor. Tractor. Can't English right now. Yeah, Portent Tracker, I think it's interesting in that regard. And then also the battle effect, though, I think depends on how good battles are. Because if battles are really, like, end up pretty good, this card could actually see some play in that regard. So I do really like this card. I will probably try it out with the Blighted Burgeoning, just because I really want to get that a ramp effect kind of going on in Standard, where you tap like an enchanted land and you untap it and then you tap for even more mana. Seems pretty cool. All right. Next card, Preening Champion, just again, a common knight. It's 3 mana for a 2/2 flying knight, and then when it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 blue-red elemental creature token. This is knight with flying, and you also get this extra chump blocker, or it's a card that helps you with your convoke spells, because it creates 2 bodies. So, again, talking about convoke spells, we have Ral's Reinforcements here, which is 2 mana sorcery for red that goes ahead and creates 2/1/1 blue and red elemental creature tokens. And this can help you with your convokes, or maybe you just play this in like Mondrak and with Mondrak and you get like 4/1/1s, or you play it with like Jeskai Spellslinger. And then this is not only creating tokens because you're playing a spell, but you also get bodies. So it's like bodies on a spell works well in like Spellslinger decks, because then you can create blockers and you also get the whole spell casting bonuses. All right, we wanted to talk about Saiba Cryptomancer here. This is basically one way of looking at it is it's a 2 mana protection because it can give hexproof, because it's 2 mana flash, backup 1, and hexproof. So when it enters the battlefield, you can give another creature +1/+1 and hexproof basically, and it's an 0/1 body. So it's 2 mana protection, which is generally not that great. I mean, it doesn't give indestructible, so it's not like Tyvar's stand that gives indestructible or something like that. But this is good because it can dodge edicts, because you get this extra body. And then it also helps with convokes, and then also like you get like this chump blocker and all that. Like, it's not a terrible protection spell. The upside is like you dodge edicts, and then you can use this in different ways. I guess it's a combat trick where you just flash and give a +1/+1, surprise your opponent. That's potentially something you do. So I think the card's not bad. Don't know if it's great enough to be played. Scroll Shift, talking about not great enough to be played. This card is interesting. It's 3 mana blink. So exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment you control, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. They should have made it battle. They should have done battle on this. That would have been cool. Anyways, draw a card. So 3 mana blink effect is pretty expensive, but you do get to draw a card. I just think it's too expensive to potentially actually see play, but I wanted to bring it up. All right, another water break while we prepare to talk about Seed of Hope. All right, so this is an interesting card. Some people might say it's like sort of like a 1 mana green cantrip that also gains you 2 life. So what it says is 1 mana instant, which is relevant. It's mill 2 cards. You may put a permanent card from among the mill cards into your hand, gain 2 life. So in a way, you can kind of like draw the top card of your library, assuming that your top card of your library is a land. So it's very similar to a cantrip in that regard, or like consider or opt or whatever the heck. It is very important that it says, well, permanent, so you can't like return a Seed of Hope that you milled if you milled another one. And then it's also nice that it's instant though, because What that means is you can hold up like Tyvar Stand or Tamio Safekeeping on your opponent's turn, and if they don't do anything or you don't need to cast it, you can go for casting Seed of Hope at the end of their turn and draw a card. So like instant allows you to hold up like other protection spells, and then you can kind of pseudo draw a card. Again, it's not card draw. The thing for me is like you mill 2 cards, which is not a lot. So I don't really exactly like this for drawing. I mean, I guess you kind of pseudo draw the top card, so it's not, can't really think of it as something like anticipate or something like that, where you like look at the top 3 and pick out the best one. And then it's also just like a little bit of uh, restricted because you only have permanents. I do think though that the gaining 2 life is kind of cool. Not really a huge fan of this card because I'm just 2 cards. I don't know. I'll have to play with it to see how much I like it, but it's interesting. Definitely interesting. Maybe it definitely has potential to see a lot of play, I think. Well, actually, take that back. It's green. It probably doesn't have potential to see much play, but still. It would help in like a self-mill deck, like we were talking about with Ren and 7 maybe. Or sorry, Ren and Realmbreaker. Um, All right, Serpent Blade Assailant. I wanted to talk about this card just because it is a elf, and elves need more elves to be playable. And this is a 3/2 elf with for 3 with Death Touch, or you can give like another elf Death Touch. So I think it's interesting. You can give another elf Death Touch and +1/+1, I guess. How about yeah? Again, Sigiled Sentinel. It's a knight. It's back at 1 with Vigilance, so it's a 3/3 for 3, or you can like pump up a different knight, which is cool. But if you like, it is nice these kind of backup effects that you can stack up like a 1 creature if you need to go tall, or you can go wide if you need to go wide. All right, I wanted to talk about Stasis Field next. This is just kind of like maybe like blue removal. We have a card similar to this called Witness Protection for 1 mana in Standard right now. It basically turns a creature into O2 with Defender and it loses all abilities. So you just kind of remove the creature off the face of the planet unless they can get rid of your enchantment. I don't think this card is really good enough. 2 mana, or like we have Witness Protection at 1, and this is 2 mana, so it's not even like it does have the advantage of getting Defender and Witness Protection turns it into a 1/1. So this is like slightly better in those regards, but it's also just like 2 mana. So I don't know if this really sees any play, but it's notable. Next up is Sunder the Gateway. This card to me is like enchantment and artifact removal for your Phyrexian deck because uh, either it's a artifact and enchantment removal or it's a 2 mana 2/2 Phyrexian. So, which seems really good. Like that modality or that option seems really good. So that's why I bring up Sunder the Gateway. It says destroy. You can choose one. Destroy target non-token artifact or enchantment opponent controls. Then incubate 2. So you even get a Phyrexian even if you destroy something, which is crazy. You do have to flip it, but still. And then the other option is you incubate 2 and then transform an incubate token you control. Important it says an incubate token you control because then you can target your biggest one potentially. So that's even crazier. So do you think this card is good? And then talking about cards, again, Knight 3/1. As long as another Knight has entered the battlefield under control, this card has first strike, which is 3 power. That's pretty impressive. 2 mana 3/1 is pretty aggressively costed as well. If you get like a pump spell, and then this is like a 4/2 first strike, or you get a Lord, and this is a 4/2 first striker. That's crazy. Next up, I wanted to talk about Trailblazing Historian. It's 2 mana, haste, and then you can tap it to give another creature haste. So, I just think this is kind of like an interesting ability that might have some sort of implications. I don't really know where this is going to see use, but I just thought I would bring it up because I think like some combo decks or something like that want this in other formats. I don't know if we're gonna see it in standard, but it is interesting. Next up, Traumatic Revelation. This is a 2 mana sorcery. where your target opponent reveals their hand, you may choose a creature or battle card from it. If you do, that player discards that card. If you don't, incubate two. To me, this is like a discard card that can't miss, sort of. It's a discard creature or battle discard card that can make a body if you miss. So, or you can just choose not to. Like you don't care. Your opponent's empty-handed. You just play this. You incubate three. You can choose. It says you may choose a battle or creature. If the opponent doesn't have like a good creature to remove, all right, I'll just create a 3/3. I don't care. So it's a 4 mana 3/3 on that. Like at the worst side. On the bright side, it can like make your opponent discard like I don't know Thundering Raiju or something. So it does seem relevant. And then like the fact that it can't like screw up is kind of nice to some degree. Also, it just seems like a discard card that you're going to slam into your like Phyrexian deck because well you create a Phyrexian and then you can also like remove your opponent's best things. Anyways, Unseal the Necropolis is the next card I want to talk about. It's instant speed, which is interesting. Each player mills 3 cards, and then you return 2 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. It doesn't say from the milled cards that you just milled. So this is like 3 mana mill both, which is relevant because if you're milling your opponent, you're filling up their graveyard, you can potentially enable your Shieldred to flip, or like flip your Shieldred Saga. Um, and then this gives you recursion. So like your opponent removes your Shieldred. Well, damn it, I was a big fan of that. So I cast this, I mill 3, I pick up the Shieldred, and I pick up the like Graveyard Trespasser that I just milled. This card seems like quite playable as an instant. So, and then like you have the upside of like milling to find more creatures that you have into your graveyard or to like screw over your opponent. So, seems good. Next card, Volcanic Spite. This card I think is pretty good, like really quite good. Um, so it's 2 mana, instant speed, 3 damage to creature or planeswalker, uh, or bow. So 2 mana, 3 damage to creature or planeswalker instants with upside typically have been like playable. We've gotten like Cathartic Pyre, the Abrade. I mean, yeah, those have like pretty the upsides are relevant. Very relevant. Like a break can hit artifacts, Cathartic Pyre you can discard and draw. Well, this card still has some upside too. You can hit battles, which is new. So you can use this to help you flip like battles, which might be huge. Like 3 mana or 2 mana to get like that. I don't know, flip over your like Awaken the Maelstrom, that multicolored battle. That's crazy. That's pretty crazy. That one has 7 loyalty or 7 defense counters, so it's really hard to flip. But if you can flip that, you like draw 2, you put like 3+1 counters, you destroy something the opponent controls, you make a copy of something you control, you get a free artifact onto the battlefield. I think that's all it does. But yeah, that's pretty relevant. And then on top of that, this card also says you may put a card from your hand onto the bottom of your library if you do draw a card. So this is sort of like the whole discard draw a card. You're not filling your graveyard, which is not quite as good as putting it into your library because yeah, graveyard synergy is reanimating. But still, you get to do both of these things at once. You don't have to choose like you have to do with a Braid or Cathartic Pyre. I think this card is very similar to like Fire Prophecy, I think is the card. I'm not familiar with it, but yeah, maybe that rings a bell for you. Anyways, do think I'm pretty high on Volcanic Spite. I think I might. I convinced myself that maybe it'll be part of my Awaken the Maelstrom or my Invasion of Alara deck. I don't know. Anyways, War Trained Slasher. Oh yeah, that's also pretty relevant. Like if you hit this off of like Awaken the Maelstrom, or not Awaken the Maelstrom, if you hit this off of your Invasion of Alara, you get to cast a spell for free, so you can ping 3 damage at it immediately. So it's interesting. Anyways, War Train Slasher, I bring this one up because, well, it's a dinosaur, and dinosaurs are cool. I don't know. But it does say when it attacks a battle, double its power until end of turn. So it seems really good for attacking battles, because like how much is your opponent going to want to throw away two creatures to block this? Because it becomes an 8/3. Whatever they block with this, or block this with, is going to die. So like 4 mana might make this a little bit too slow, because it also has 3 power, so it dies to Lightning Strike or a Braid. Um, but this does seem like really good at like flipping battles. Because like how much is your opponent's gonna have to choose. Do they want their creatures to die, or do they want you to get that backside of the battle? So do you think it's relevant? Because like doubling from 4 to 8 is pretty huge. Next card, or actually the last card from the set, besides the Multiverse Legends that I want to talk about, is Ren's Resolve. This is functionally just like a reprint of Thrill of Possibility, which does the exact same thing. Exile the top 2 cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play those cards. Um, Thrill of Possibility is a card that's played in mono red, so this potentially just gives them more copies to be played. To me, this card seems like a good card for maybe like an Urabrask Storm deck, because you pay like effectively you pay 1 mana and you look at the top 2 cards, you get like 2 cards. So you can use that to potentially try and storm off. But yeah, that is the list of cards that I think is relevant. I want to go ahead and talk about Multiversal Legends real quick. There are some cards that are going to be new to Arena. I guess you can sort of find them by going set Multiversal Legends and which cards that are currently not in Historic. I don't think this will work after this set is introduced to see which ones are new, but for right now, you can see them here. Uh, just go ahead and scroll through these. I don't really want to read them out. I will tell you that well, actually, I will mention Atraxa, huge introduction. This card is, I think, still the most popular commander in Magic. So this will shake up Historic Brawl probably. Maybe you'll get some play in Historic. But another card that will definitely see some play in Historic is Ragavan Nimble Pilferer. Um, the stupid monkey, because he can kind of snowball games. You play him turn 1, and then you exile the top card of the opponent's library, and you get a treasure. Yay, you ramp, and you also steal cards, or get card advantage. Good stuff. I will say the card that I'm most excited for is a Moti Celebrant of Brownie, though, just because they get to do cascadey things, which is funny. And yeah, got Brutaclad for your tokens, Lateral, life gain, Eudora for like forest shenanigans, ramp shenanigans. Uh, Saison of the Perverter of Truth is interesting. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player loses 2 life and draws 2 cards. So, yeah, there's a bunch of interesting cards coming to Historic. Again, these are the ones you can use the same search thing on Scryfall yourself if you're interested in them. But I thought I would go ahead and mention them just in case you enjoy some Historic. Now, I want to talk about the overall set real quick. My overall rating for the set. I gave this set a 4 out of 5 because I think it's cool and it's exciting to see the set has been so pushed. It feels like the power level might be enough to shake up Standard. I mean, we saw Dominaria and Brother Wars develop like this killer soldier deck that's like at the top of the best of one ladder. So and then all will be one single-handedly brought us like a meta contender with Selesnya Toxic. So for March of Machines, I think like Phyrexian Tribal stands a real chance of making it in Standard. I also think like Jeskai Spellslinger was pretty well supported from the cards introduced here, as well as like Angels got quite a few new ones that could give it enough gas to like take off, pun intended. Um, Lastly, like obviously like the Night Tribe, I there's so many new or like knights and everything. So I think I wonder if it will be like good enough to play. But yeah. And then I want to say like I gave it the set a 4 out of 5. I didn't give it like a 5 out of 5 mostly because I wasn't exactly things that I was super interested in. Like I still don't think we have enough green support to make like an actual series meta deck. Still a little bit worried about green. Uh, But hey, not every monocolor has to be competitive every season, though it is kind of annoying that it's been been many months. Um, though I also say like I'm a fan of like landfall, ramp, and land matters decks, and I didn't feel like we got much in these categories either. I'm also kind of hesitant about like incubate. I feel like I don't know, it's kind of slow, or maybe it seems slow and it isn't super flashy or exciting to me, but I think it'll be more fun to experience than I'm thinking about. And like, anyways, these are like pretty small gripes that I have about the set. I'm still pretty excited. In terms of the Praetors, I wanted to go ahead and give off my Praetor rankings. I think in standard, like going by playability, Shieldred is probably the best Praetor to be introduced. Um, because like you run some decent mill card, or you get like some decent mill cards from the set that hit you and your opponents. So you can actually fill the graveyards and actually potentially flip Shieldred. And if you flip Shieldred, oh gosh, that sounds pretty rough. Same thing with Elish, or Elish Norn. I think Elish Norn is probably the second strongest Predator from the set. Because like that backside is, if you can get it, it's some serious value. So you need to build around it. I think Shieldred has more like general value. That's why I put it higher. You know, like removal on a body, good. It just seems super good to me. Whereas Elish Norn, you know, like if you build around it, that backside should end the game because you get like three or five double striking 3/3s on the second chapter. Um, and then like the front side, I mean, it's still not terrible. It is something, and it does have an effect on the board. Next up, I said like Vorinclex was my third. It kind of ties with Urabrask, but I think Vorinclex is just slightly better. Um, it's got like a good body. It finds you lands to hand, so it has like a good ETB, and then it's really not that impossible to flip. The question is like, will the Grand Evolution really stack up as a useful, super useful one? Like you do need to put some good cards to hit in your own library, I think, which if you go too dense, that might be a problem. It is 10 cards deep though, but it is two creatures from 10 cards, so like if you ever played like Atraxa, you know how deep 10 cards is pretty well. Um, and sometimes there's a handful of creatures, but they're not all like massive creatures. You can find like another Atraxa, and then there's like maybe one normal creature that you're missing. So I'm a little hesitant about the Grand Evolution, but I still think it will be pretty good. Urabrask, I put it as 4. I think he's gonna do some spell slinging in standard, or he's just gonna chill out and burn and do extra damage. It's kind of like the what is the red defiler of whatever, the defiler cycle that we got. It has a similar effect to the defiler, um, but still different. I think he's definitely better than defiler. Um, but yeah, spells like maybe Jeskai, or just like I plan to make decks trying to combo off their Brask even if they're terrible. It'll be funny. Chingatexius, I put in last. I could be very wrong about this. And like he might be a lot better than I think because like card draw is just good. And he's a 5 mana with 5 mana 5/5. When you cast a non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater, draw a card. So it's got the same problem that like Omnath has, which is like you're incentivized to play 3 mana value cards or greater, and then you're potentially screwing over your deck. So I do wonder maybe like a Cynic value pile or like Cynic rampy value thing works well with. So who knows? And then I would like to say, yeah, that's my Praetor rankings. Shieldred, Elish, Norn. I don't know why I keep trying to say Elish and then like forgetting the Norn. Anyways, Boringplex, Urabrask, Jingataxius. Now for my top 5 mythics, the cards that I am like most interested in playing. Let me make sure that this is actually in frame. Okay, that is in frame. The top 5 mythics that I'm most interested in playing. These are like my favorites. I don't think these are the best. And they're in no particular order, I don't think. But I definitely want to try out like Borgamos and Fibblethip, Croxa and Kunaros, Urabrask, Vorinclex, and Zergo and Urjitai. There's only like 20 mythics, so like, uh, it, not like I it was hard to pick five, too hard to pick five of them. But yeah, I definitely think these are some of the ones that I'm most excited to try out and to build decks around. I do worry for Borgamos and Phil with it, but I'm really hoping that it strikes out a lot better than people expect. Um, the other cards like Croxa, Kunaros, Vorinclex, Zerga, and Ojutai, like they all seem like pretty guaranteed decent cards or like value cards. Like Zergo and Ojutai just anticipating each turn to draw like your best card seems pretty good. So it like replaces itself. All right, next up the rares. My top 10 rares. This is gonna be some of these are battles, so it's a bit of a messy list here, but Atali, Primal Conqueror, definitely excited to try out that ETB. Omnath, Locus of All, I could not include him. I just think it's going to be so much fun trying to mess around, get free spells, or practically free spells off of Omnath. Grafted Butcher, I feel like just has to be good. Like, slam this in Phyrexian, or like any deck with like some Phyrexians in it, and it's not a bad creature. Guardian of Gear Poor. I'm very excited to play this card. Just blinking stuff, getting values, or maybe using an Angels. I'm going to be blinking crap. I'm not gonna be using it for angel purposes. But yeah, it is kind of sad that it only blinks creatures or artifacts. It'd be fun to blink the next card, which is Invasion of Alara. This card is just a fun, just like value card. I think it's like a 5 mana, like draw a card, cast a 4 mana spell, kind of like the front side, which is honestly not bad, I don't think. It really depends on how well it plays. But yeah, do look forward to Invasion of Laura, though the amount of times maybe I'll whiff with it is sad. And flipping it, it will definitely be a fun challenge with 7 defense counters. But next up, Invasion of Tolvada. Reanimator shenanigans, definitely going to be fun. Flipping it to like a turbocharged wedding announcement also will be good fun. Um, so I'll have to try like just like reanimation or maybe like seeing uh, there is the render inert, which removes 5 counters, which would immediately flip this, which is cool. But yeah, Kogla and Yadar. I do wonder with like render inert if that will just like take out planeswalkers from the meta to some degree. I don't think that many people will be running them, but it is a nice kind of upside there. Kogla and Yadaro. I'm excited to just try this card out, use it for some big gruel nonsense. Yeah, surprise some opponents with a hasty 7/7 Trampler. Sounds good times. Card that I'm also very excited for is Plukernis Reborn. I do really like this card. Like, it's decent early on the curve, and then flipping it is going to be so much fun. I'm just getting this, like, Worm Coil engine. Obviously, it doesn't have Death Touch and Lifelink. It's Reach and Lifelink, but still, Lifelink can be pretty, or a 6/6 Lifelink. We haven't had that many big Lifelinkers in Standard in a bit, I don't think. So definitely interesting to see how it plays. C double, another card I'm excited for, copying opponent's stuff as well as my stuff and the best creature. It should be a lot of fun. Lastly, and not least, tribute to the World Tree. Super fun card. Or like super good card in green if it can stick around. I'm just worried about whether or not it'll stick around. And then honorable mention to Yargle Montani, the 6 mana 18/6. Um, do think I will definitely be playing Yargle and Multani and seeing if we can go ahead and get some wins with his big head. But yeah, that is my favorite rares. Now for the uncommons. My favorite uncommons are the ones that I'm most excited for. Botanical Brawler for +1/+1s. Invasion of Amonkhet seems like just good value, so I think this card's just good. Yeah, these uncommons are a little bit more just what cards I think are actually good and playable because well, uncommons and commons that are unplayable aren't very fun to try and mess around with. An unplayable rare is still better than most uncommons and commons. But anyways, getting sidetracked. Invasion of Amonkhet, good value, or just like good value in the right decks. You play this with like Shieldred, you flip in Shieldred and stuff because you're milling your opponent. Like a 3 mana discard spell, or like opponent gets to choose what they discard, which isn't that great. But the backside also seems like a lot of fun. If you can flip it and just like duplicate the attracts in the opponent's graveyard and get the ETB, sounds dope. Um, Invasion of Ergamon, I will probably Invasion of Ergamon and Invasion of Pyrulia. I don't know how it's pronounced. Anyways, these cards I will probably both play a ton of, trying to make them sound good to me. Invasion of Ergamon I think is definitely like playable and good. Invasion of Pyrulia is maybe the less playable of the two. Invasion of Ergamon 2 mana ramp is good, and this is like guaranteed 2 mana ramp. A treasure can't be destroyed. It's not like that portent tracker. It's not that it's not a like a Llanowar Loam Speaker that can die. It is temporary because it is a treasure, but still, it can't be removed very easily, which is huge. And your opponent's not going to want to waste an artifact destruction spell on your treasure token. So treasure 2 mana ramp is probably the best 2 mana ramp we have in standard here, right here. And then this card also fixes your hand some because you can discard whatever's least relevant and draw a card. So yeah, this is another card that, like the Volcanic Spite, I'll probably go into some just janky value-y things because just discarding or like shuffling away or discarding those less relevant cards because you stuck way too many expensive cards in one deck is helpful. Invasion of Ferolia though, I do like this as like just a good draw spell for Simic on 2, and then you can flip it into something, which is cool. Next up, or the next set, got Kenra Spellsphere. This is just the prowess god, I think. Like, if you flip this card, I think it's really good. Like the front side, a bit more questionable. It doesn't have haste. It has trample instead of like vigilance or something. I don't know what else you might want from it, or ward, I guess. But flipping it, which you can do for only 3 mana. So you can play this the first turn, play this, flip it the second turn. Or so you can play this the second turn, you can flip it the third turn. And then you just got this amazing body for your spell slinging. Because, bro, this thing's gonna beat so hard if you flip it. So edicts are gonna eat this card's heart out, I think, is part of it. But I do want to definitely mess around with this. Marshal of Zhalfir, Night Lord, cool stuff. Render Inert, we already talked about this. 5 counters from target permanent, that's a lot. So flipping battles, drawing cards, also destroying those incubate tokens or those planeswalkers. Has other upsides besides just flipping battles, but I will probably be playing this more than I should. So make sure to let me know in the comments when I'm being an idiot and playing Render Inert. Too many Render Inerts. Sandstalker Malik, this is the green hate cycle card. I do really want to try out this card, see if it plays as good as I think it might. It doesn't read particularly well, but like a 4/2 with flash that can help replace itself. It's kind of cool. So yeah, Dodge's Cutdown, Sculpted Perfection, Phyrexian Anthem, easy include, and then lastly, and certainly not leastly, for the uncommons, we have Surge of Salvation. This card is going to see play. I guarantee it. I bet $100 to absolutely no one. But yeah, this card will see play. This card is good. Just like Fizzles invokes, Fizzles like Liliana sacrifice triggers can protect your creatures, can protect your planeswalkers from like targeted removal. Though I don't think anybody plays targeted removal for planeswalkers anymore with Shieldred's Edict. So yeah, it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Now, uncommons. These cards, got my 10 uncommons here. These ones are kind of just mostly the ones that we talked about. But I think some of these will see play. Traxxas Fall. It's a artifact and enchantment removal that can also maybe remove a battle if your opponent's going to flip it and they become relevant. But also removes Shieldred or that that Boonbringer Angel, or that Steel Seraph, or that, I'm just trying to name things, Hitasugan Kiri. So, like, there's cards that this will hit that might see play, or do see play right now. This hits the, um, what is that card? Uh, the big white flying angel thing with the draw cards and shield token or shield counters. This technically could work against that maybe a bit, but you also have like Sarah Paragon, which allows as a flyer, which can allow like mono white to replay things from the graveyard. So there's a lot of things Tracks of Fall might be good for here. Plated versioning, definitely going to try this land ramp. I mean, on 4, it's even better than like any other type of ramp because you can still like play a 2 mana spell afterwards. So you have 3 lands, you tap them, you put it on your other land, you tap that one, you play whatever 2 mana thing you want. You get these other upsides, like it's good against Invoke. You get like this artifact token that you can flip into creature. So yeah. Cosmic Hunger, your bite spell for battles and planeswalkers and creatures is an instant good. Cut Short as a potential removal spell. Final Flourish as another potential removal spell for sack decks. Unseal the Necropolis as a recursion spell, which should be actually, I think this card might be pretty good. Or like 1 or 2 in decks, you know what I mean? If you're playing Shieldred, you play a bunch of these maybe. It's also an instant, so like you're not hampered by sorcery stuff. Volcanic Spite, this card, absolutely a good card. Um, yeah, I mean like this is like better, almost better than a Braid if you're really not worried about artifacts. So maybe artifacts get out of the hand, the meta has to balance back and forth between Volcanic Spite and a Braid, because this gives you advantage, where a Braid gives you like, okay, they played an artifact, I can remove it. So Seed of Hope, green cantrip, maybe, we'll see. Sunder the Gateway, artifact enchant removal for Phyrexians, scary. Traumatic Reversal, discard for Phyrexians, kind of scary. And then honorable mention to Corrupted Conviction. This card, we already seen this card before. It's Village Rites. It's just got a new name, and this card is really good for sack effects. So yeah, talking about sack effects, like Final Flourish is still, even outside of sack decks, might be even decent because you can just do it in response to your opponents trying to kill one of your creatures. So yeah, that is my honorable mentions. But yeah, I basically put, or my top commons, I basically put Village, this card as my honorable mention because it's a reprint of Village Rites and Standard, so it's guaranteed to be pretty good, and probably better than most of the commons on this list, but I just wanted a list of 10, so I felt it more reasonable to put the not really new card as the honorable mention in a video supposed to be about a new set and new cards. And yeah, that is my complete set review. Thank you so much all for watching. This video took a ton of work to put together. So if you enjoyed it, please leave a like, consider subscribing, share it. Let me know down below what cards you think I misjudged or what cards you excites you the most. And have a nice morning, evening, night, afternoon, wherever and whenever you're watching. Ciao.